So it's February 10th, and I'll call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to go into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in writing and advised that they may require that discussion to be held at an open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, superintendent contract renewal, and certified employee job performance. And then item 2, discussion of any investigative proceeding regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, pursuant to RIGL 42465A4, investigation into discrimination complaint.
Second. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So we will reconvene from executive session. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call.
Aaron Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Josh Furtado.
That's not-
Sadie Camp. Here.
Okay, and the calendar?
February 11th, DEI, Central Admin 5:30. February 12th, Policy, Central Admin 5 o'clock. February 23rd, Policy, Time, TBD, we'll know more after the 12th. February 23rd, joint meeting with the town, audit presentation at the town council chambers, 7 p.m. February 26th, CLAC, 6:45 p.m. March 3rd, school committee business meeting, 7 p.m. And Sherry, there's a budget and finance committee meeting, right, on March 2nd?
There is, and I didn't notice that wasn't on there.
4:30.
4:30.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, so budget and finance at 4:30. It sounded like February 23rd, that time is incorrect, it's TBD.
TBD. that's
Okay.
correct.
And then, just a point of clarification on the calendar, do we know when the presentation to the town is, when they do their hearings? Have we received that date yet?
We do not have that yet.
Can somebody, can we just follow that up?
When they do like their workshops, you mean?
Right, like the workshops and budget hearing.
I believe it's March 16th. We don't have a timeline, but I believe that it's either the 16th or the 17th is what they have reserved.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to citizens' comments. Do we have anyone signed up for citizen comments? Can you have it for me, please? Thank you. Okay, Bob, you're up first.
Thank you. Thank you all for all that you do. I'm Bob Vanderslice. I'm the father of 4 NK graduates, and in the past 4 years, I've been in all 9 NK schools, either as a sub or volunteer. During this time, I've had the opportunity to work closely with a student who often misses 2 or 3 days of school each week. Chronic absenteeism and truancy is the issue I want to discuss today. I'm particularly interested in hearing what policies and plans the school department has in place to try and combat this problem. I'd be interested in working on this issue if these plans include community-based activities with roles for volunteers. In 2025, Kids Count report shows that NK rates of chronic absenteeism exceed the rates of most districts in South County and neighboring communities, including Chariho, East Greenwich, Exeter, West Greenwich, Jamestown, Narragansett, Westerly. Prior to COVID, Kids Count and Washington County Coalition for Children conducted training on chronic absenteeism and helped schools develop plans to increase attendance. North Kingstown participated. 2023, Mr. Duva and Mr. Mullis published an op-ed about planned expenditures with the ultimate goal to increase attendance and graduation rates. What happened to these efforts? I don't know. My request is a simple one. The school department reports on chronic absenteeism to the school committee twice each year. I was extremely disappointed in the report I heard on January 27th. These reports need to provide an assessment of the problem and describe what the school is doing to improve attendance. Is the school trying to involve the community? Is the school satisfied with the outcomes of truancy court? I've had 15 years working with family court as a CASA volunteer, where I witnessed the good, the bad, and the ugly. And perhaps NK's experience is similar. So I would enjoy having the opportunity to work together on this and other issues that impact North Kingstown attendance and performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
Hi, Tom Seguros. I live at 15 Boston Neck Road. I'm here because we are a coastal town. We are currently living through. We're a coastal town that's at risk from rising sea levels. We are currently living through a phenomenally cold snap that is directly attributable to weakening of weather systems that used to keep the cold up north. Climate is not the climate and the threat of climate change is not a theoretical thing. It is here, and it is kind of embarrassing that we are in a town that refuses, not just refuses to lead, but refuses, it seems sometimes, even to make the most modest gestures toward addressing the climate problem. And I am really profoundly disappointed to hear that the energy considerations that were requested by the school committee before the bond was put up for a vote are now being treated as optional. And I understand that they have been opted out, that we are no longer trying to even pretend to make the school either net zero or even available to be net zero by being all electric. I've heard somebody quote to me that, oh, the building will be 85%. Well, 85% compared to what? Were you planning to do the lighting with gas lamps or something like that? That's not a real thing. Either you move forward trying to minimize the fossil fuel use on the building or not. Either you are trying to be part of the solution to climate or not. And the fact is that we can do something. If you look at the data for not only carbon but also temperature as a result, it is encouraging. If you look at the details, you can see the curve starting to bend. You can see that increasing adoption of electric vehicles, increasing adoption of carbon neutral technologies in industry has started to make a difference. But it doesn't make a difference unless everybody does it. And so I would like to strongly urge the committee to insist that these things not be optional. I'd also like to say that I understand value engineering. I understand the point of trying to squeeze every bit of cost out of there, but I also would like to point out that energy features to the building, energy saving and energy producing features to the building are not equivalent to computers or books or furniture or many of the other features of a building. Those are things with which you can either save or earn money. And that means that there are alternate ways to finance those things. I have tried to suggest those things in the past, and as far as I can tell, nobody cares. If exploration of those issues has happened, it's happened in ways that I was not made aware of or am not familiar with. I don't really like to blow my horn, but this is my thing. I used to be the policy aide I was the policy aide in the Treasury that designed the infrastructure bank to do exactly this kind of lending. I've testified in other states about creative ways to do financing for energy and for affordable housing. These are part of my toolkit that I'm offering to you. Can't somebody even try? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here for citizen comment? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent report.
Thank you. A few items to share out on. Recently, we were notified from the Department of Education that we received approval for 2 of our pathway programs at the high school for CTE to become CTE programs. We currently have a culinary pathway and a video photography communication pathway. Both recently have been approved by RIDE to be CTE programs. So that's great news for our high school and CTE program. I want to skip down to the bottom. While I'm talking about CTE programs, we were notified today, I actually received an email right before the meeting, that the commissioner of Rhode Island Department of Education will be visiting our high school on Friday morning to visit the CTE programs. She's going out to a few different high schools. We will be one of them. I'd be happy to share more after that visit, but that was notification as of today. Over the weekend, two of our high school groups that we have, one being DECA and one being robotics, both had state competitions this weekend. Our DECA group attended their state competition at Johnson & Wales. They had a very successful weekend, won numerous awards, and they qualified at states, and about 16 of those students will be attending nationals. So great news for our DECA students in our business program to represent North Kingstown High School for the state of Rhode Island at the national competition. We also had the robotics competition, which was actually hosted here at North Kingstown High School this weekend. North Robotics had 2 teams compete in the Rhode Island First Tech Challenge Robotics Championship, which was held at North Kingstown. There are 2 portions of the competition: robot play and judge interviews. Some of us got to experience and were part of that panel when some of the students, Sadie, one of our school committee reps, was on that team, and they got to kind of show us what they would be doing. And we didn't get to see the robot, but we got to hear their presentations and ask them some questions, which was great. And so this weekend they competed. They had their robots out there, and they competed against other Rhode Island teams in a series of qualifications and elimination matches. Teams participate in interviews. They're judged by that. They are working on engineering their design process, community industry outreach, sustainability plans, and then a panel of judges goes through the presentations and they're voted on how they do. Team 701, the Gonk Squad, was awarded with the Inspire Award, the top overall award presented by the judges, so congratulations, good job. This award is given to teams that excel in design, innovation, control systems, and industry connections. The Gonk Squad was also a member of the Winning Alliance, the team that won the robot play portion of the competition. And as a result, Team 701 has qualified for the World Championships, which will be held in Houston, Texas at the end of April, and an international competition connecting them with students from across the country and across the world. So congratulations to both our DECA and our robotics team. So way to go. And I want to thank the advisors from DECA and from robotics. It takes a lot. We have many volunteers, the advisors that help out and put it together. And I also know with robotics there was a lot of work over the weekend because we hosted it. So thank you to all of them for doing that.
The snow did not make it easier either.
The snow didn't make it easy, but
lots of collaboration.
went on to Sunday. We got it to work out. So
I was lucky.
yes,
A lot of work.
And lastly, I just want to recognize our maintenance department for all their hard work over the past few weeks with the snowstorms, especially the storm last weekend, and getting out and being able to clear our schools, making sure we were ready to get back in, and then especially this weekend. And also thank our bus drivers and our monitors. It's really tough for our bus drivers out there in snowy days with what they have to kind of maneuver through. We definitely worked with the town around the roads, and so just collaboration from everyone from the town, our maintenance department, bus, transportation. Just thank all of them for keeping our kids safe over the past few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I was at Davisville Middle School on Saturday during the day, and it was the clearest of all the roads in town, or other places in town. I was very impressed at how they had prepared it for the young basketball players, so it was very kind. Since it would be weird for Ken to report on his own news, I'm going to just take a moment to acknowledge Dr. Duba and his contract renewal that we were doing last week, and I'm just going to read the letter that we sent to the district so that it's on record for the meeting. So we were able to send this out following the vote to unanimously approve Dr. Duba's contract last week. And so the note from us said, the school committee is pleased to announce that it has been unanimously approved a 3-year extension of Superintendent Dr. Kenneth Duba's contract. This action reflects the committee's strong confidence in Dr. Ken Duba's leadership and shared belief in the importance of continuity and stability for the district. Since assuming the role, Dr. Duba has demonstrated a clear commitment to academic excellence, collaborative leadership, and continuous improvement. Under his leadership, the district has seen a successful passage of a school bond to construct a new middle school and complete essential improvements to existing facilities, as well as establish a district-wide vision of a learner that clearly defines the essential skills, learning progression, and performance outcomes all students must demonstrate to be prepared for college and career. Dr. Duba has also prioritized building strong leadership capacity by recruiting and hiring talented administrators to lead our schools, oversee district finances, and strengthen student services, all in the support of our overall success and well-being of our students, staff, and families. His collaborative leadership style, grounded in integrity, has strengthened relationships among educators, families, and community partners. Dr. Duba leads with genuine care and concern for students, taking an active and visible role in school life by regularly attending student events, as we heard with the robotics practice, across the district, even making occasional cameos in the high school theater production. You will have to go this year to see if it will be a three-peat. His approachability and commitment ensures the decisions are guided by the best intention of students and reflect the mission of our school department. The contract was approved through June 29 and enables the district to continue advancing key initiatives with consistent leadership through crucial periods of growth and opportunity. We believe the extension of the position positions the district well to build upon current successes while addressing future challenges in a thoughtful and strategic manner. And so on behalf of the school committee, we would like to congratulate Dr. Duba on his contract extension.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the superintendent report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to routine items. For the executive session, can I get a motion to seal the executive session minutes? And also, I'll disclose there were no votes taken today in executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we have the consent agenda. Before we make a motion to approve the consent agenda, does anyone want to exempt anything from it? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion for the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then for reports, it looks like we have the budget and finance. Sherry?
We met on Monday, February 2nd. We weren't able to review the FY26 budget year-to-date as we had planned because Muni was down, so the data wasn't available for that meeting. But we did review the fund balance allocations for FY27, and then we will be recommending the following for the school committee agenda on March 3rd. But I'll just, an increase to the assigned anticipated turf replacement to $150,000. Add CTE program non-technology, $100,000 to start, and then $75,000 each year going forward. Adding to curriculum, $100,000 to start, and then $100,000 each year going forward. Increase to the fleet upgrade to $150,000. Add to athletic capital, $100,000 to start, and then $25,000 each year going forward. An increase to playground to $100,000, and then $35,000 each year going forward. And then library media repairs and upgrades, $25,000 each year going forward. We also recommended the capital request to the town in an amount recommended by Dr. Duba. And then our next meeting is Monday, March 2nd at 4:30.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the advisory committee report?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Is the CTE program funding that you're allotting on an annual basis, is that for infrastructure going forward? Like, is this kind of for a long-term plan so that we have things in reserve every year?
Yes, because
okay.
we only had technology for CTE, so this would be sort of all the other stuff. So it could help us build new CTE programs or things we'll need.
We've got
So-
infrastructure, curriculum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll hear all their recommendations when we talk about those funds, right?
Yeah, I just
Like,
wanted to add it since it didn't get on the agenda in time.
eventually.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that because.
But yes, we felt like that was missing because there was CT for technology,
Yeah.
but not necessarily
It's
to
good
grow our
clarification.
CT programs.
Right, okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions regarding the advisory committee report? Thanks, Sherry. Okay, moving on to unfinished business.
I'm actually gonna make a motion to move up all of new business.
Okay, so do we have a motion to move all of new business first?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll move to item A.
Make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Health and Wellness Advisory Committee, any motion?
I can just quickly say
I just need a motion, sorry, and then we can do
a
discussion.
motion to approve the Health and Wellness Advisory Committee removal of members.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Discussion, Sherry?
We just had a couple of members who have not attended meetings, so they weren't able to come anymore, and then someone who no longer lives in North Kingstown.
Okay. Any questions?
With the removal of the members, are you going to be looking to add new
I think so
members?
now, because before it was 2, now we have 3. So yes, I think we will probably relook at to what type of members we needed, because to be honest, we have 2 of the school nurses, so I feel like one of the community members was a nurse, but I'm thinking maybe we need something besides a nurse and some different stuff. So yes,
Okay, so it sounds like next step will be to determine need and then put out the app.
yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to the next item.
Make a motion to table C.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then D.
Make a motion to approve district council to conduct an investigation.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then the 26-27 calendar.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so Ken, do you want to walk us
Sure.
through?
So this is the draft calendar for the 26-27 school year. Prior to putting together the draft, I did work with other superintendents in the area regarding the calendar, with the start date of the calendar, vacations, in order to make sure that we are aligning with all the other districts. It's important to note that Labor Day is late this year. Labor Day is not until September 8th. The Department of Education does not tell you a specific day of when you need to start school. Their recommendation is that the first day of school had to be prior to September 10th. In coordination with many of the other districts, especially in this region, we decided that we will start school prior to Labor Day because of it being so late, and that's something that's very common in all of the other school calendars for this year. So the first day of school on here will be Monday, August 31st. Sounds early, but with Labor Day starting late, it really makes sense that we're doing that, starting school and then ending at the end of the school year. June 16th would be the last day. And when you look at that, we have 2 days built in for snow days. Ride, like I said, there's 4 days in there, which there's plenty of time. You have the Thursday, Friday. Monday is the observance of Juneteenth by the state, and then you could always, if we have to, come back on the Tuesday or the Wednesday. I do want to note that on this calendar, typically you see 4 professional development days noted on the calendar. There are 2, and here's why. We are going to do 2 professional development days on the 26th and 27th, like we always do. The other 2 are going to be asynchronous professional development days. We talked to the union, and we agreed upon that. The reason being is we have to do the MLL training, and it's all virtual. And this way we can do the training, working with the teachers of when they, of how they complete that. There's a number of hours that have to be completed, so in combination of those 2 PD days, and then looking at some faculty meetings, other time to provide those hours. That's pretty much how we would end up conducting professional development for next year. We didn't feel it was necessary to put it in the calendar, have children not come to school when the teachers, really everyone involved can be doing this virtually. So it was agreed upon for this school year to have 2 PD days being asynchronous. So that way it does not impact our calendar. The state holidays are on there for days where there's no school. It's important to note we also have, we got Labor Day on the 7th, we have Primary Day on the 8th. In November, we would have the day prior to Thanksgiving, no school. And then in December, winter break goes from December 23rd through January 1st. February break is on there February 15th through February 19th. April break is on there April 19th through the 23rd. It's noted on here regarding religious holidays and observance along with our policy. We have the report card date distribution along with the end of the quarters, and all important dates are on the side. One thing I just want to make sure that we so everything is on there. Any questions regarding the calendar?
I have 2. I
Yes.
see the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is back.
Yes.
why did it, like last year it went away?
Because there's 2 PD days. The
Is
students
that
are going
why
to
it
it.
came back?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only way you'd be.
Yeah, that's, we, in removing of the PD days and starting early, we're able to put that Wednesday
Okay.
and still get out at a reasonable
I'm not
time.
arguing, I just like there was much.
Yeah, and I think it's best looking
last
at.
year, like I'm just trying
It's been
to.
the last couple years, and there's been a lot of,
So,
yeah.
that was part of us being able to do this, like,
Okay.
look at where the PD days aren't interfering with us
Yeah.
having, and we were able to put that day in there, which I think
Okay.
most families appreciate.
Yes, and then just, and this is just a little thing, can you just, looking at the way the PD is noted,
Mhm.
can you just note that the asynchronous days are separate, like that those, the 26th and the 27th are not, it's a little confusing, at least
Yeah,
it
we
was
can
for
do, we
me.
can change the color, maybe not do the yellow, or
Yeah,
just put additional
it's
PD
like,
days.
it's those
Well,
2
it
days
doesn't need to
plus
be.
Mhm.
2 asynchronous days.
Honestly, it doesn't need to be on this calendar at all. Like, this calendar is not the PD. I think we need a memo with the union about the 2 asynchronous days. That I would like to see. Like, I want to make sure that we have that in writing. That like the teachers are committing to doing the equivalent of 2 in-person days by hours, and like we'll be tracking it, et cetera. But I actually don't think it needs to be on this at
You
all.
can take it off.
Yeah, just.
I just want to make sure it was
Yeah.
noted on there. so-
Yeah,
I
you
agree.
can
I
do
would
it, so you
almost-
can note it, but I don't think it needs to be for like important dates.
And I almost think you should probably put it back to the no school student color, so they don't get confused. Do you know what I mean? Because the kids
On
might
the
be like, oh,
26th,
what?
27th.
Yeah, because I don't know if a parent will be like, oh, what is, you know what I mean? I agree with you. They might not know what that means.
Yes.
Yeah, so it could say PD staff only
Yes.
reports, no students.
Um,
Other questions?
no, I was just going to make a comment. I think it's, even though I don't love starting before Labor Day, it's so late this year. I think it's good that we are. And then thank you for building 2, days in case we get 2 snow days. Which hopefully we won't need this year.
We'll see.
Just think ahead.
Okay, other questions? Okay.
And
Cindy, any
you went
questions?
through this with the union, right?
Yeah, we already
Okay.
met.
Okay, great. So is there something where we have to look at the calendar twice?
No, normally we have to look at it many times because.
No, but I thought there was something where we had said, like, we would put it on 2 different agendas to give people that, do you remember?
To give the public a
To
chance.
give
Yeah.
people a chance to,
Yeah,
maybe.
so,
We can, it's super early. Normally we
Yeah, I
don't.
mean, even
Yeah.
if that's something you want to do.
yeah, I would just recommend
Yeah.
doing it just to, like, because I remember, like,
Really
we
for
voted
us.
on it the first time we saw it once, and then the people came and we had to go back and do it again, so I would recommend that we,
Just do a second read of it.
yeah,
The first March meeting.
yeah, and if we're
I
gonna,
think that taking away the 2 PD days, like making it asynchronous, just opens up so much. Like, in other words, that extra day at Thanksgiving and stuff. I think it's like, I'm hopeful that people will appreciate this calendar this year.
I think teachers will appreciate it, and I'm happy for them. I think some parents really enjoyed their kids being at school on Wednesday.
So they can
Yeah.
check.
I would have loved
Here for
that
the teachers.
Wednesday this year.
Huh?
I would have loved that Wednesday.
I
this
know,
year.
the students and the teachers most certainly need it's helpful. All right, anything else? Do we want to note, I just caught something actually, so on the parent-teacher day, we like list statewide primaries, like we probably should vote, like list like election day as well. Like it's
Mhm.
parent-teacher day, but also it's election day, and so, and it's, the reason they have it up is because of that, so maybe just note that. I think we've done that in the past on those. Okay, so we'll wait, and you, see you one more time. Okay. All right, back up to unfinished business.
Motion to discuss.
Second.
The moment everyone's so late.
Yep.
Okay.
So I want to make a comment.
Go
first. Sorry, I don't mean to point to you. I just want to thank Leslie because she has been tirelessly working on this budget to make sure it's done for tonight. She has spent every waking hour, the entire weekend, and I know that because we communicated all weekend, on this budget, answering all of the questions. and I'm going to stress an adjective of numerous questions, which is good, but she worked very hard to make sure all that was in there, all that was done. We worked to make sure that we were bringing forward a budget that somewhat could be digestible tonight. I think there's still work that we can be doing on it as we kind of move ahead. But I want to thank her. I just want to note that she put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of documentation. I think the way we set it up this year with the drive and the questions, I think seemed to work well. I think we were hopefully got everyone's information to you. If we didn't, it's just because we ran out of time. I mean, obviously, we're trying to answer everything and provide everything to everyone, and I think she did a very good job. I want to thank all of the other directors as well that helped and assisted in being able to gather data for us and put this together. So thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Welcome. Let's hope we have some good news tonight. and I do want to stress, I know that there are still things that I'm working on, and I've tried to note that, and I know that sending out the second round of questions was late in the day today. But a lot of the questions were more than just a simple response. There was a lot of background information, a lot of equations and mathematics that went into it, and I wanted to make sure I was providing as much detail as possible. So I appreciate your patience in getting them as late as you did, because I wanted to make sure that I was covering as much of it as possible. And with that understanding, I'm happy to go through any of those specific questions if there's something that we want to address tonight, because we may not have had enough time individually to review them. So I'm happy to go through them if we have time, or if that's what people would wish. What I thought I would start with is just talking about the budget as where it stands right now, the last budget that you've received, the one that the public has, where we're kind of sitting percentage-wise in terms of our anticipated ask of appropriation, and what was done to get us to that point. And then we can, and as I'm going through any part of it, I'm happy to discuss, to answer questions, to get more specific about why we made those choices. And then again, go back and then answer or talk about any of those questions, because I think overall we had 32 different questions, and I know some of them were very important and are going to be critical to making the decision tonight. So where we are right now is we are sitting at 3.88%. We started at just over 5 in the first round that we came. So we have really dug deep on what makes the most sense. And I know some people will ask, well, why didn't you do that the first time around? But I think, because I always think it's important for us to see everything laid out and say, this is, in a perfect world, we could have all the things we want, and we could have it all at the same time. Because I do think we need to know that, we need to understand that. But what we've gone back and done now is really sit down again with principals and think about how we can be a little bit more lean in what we do, but also prioritize the needs that we have right now. So we have to look at the budget as every single year we have different students. Those students have different needs. So just kind of repeating what we did last year for the next year might not work. So we looked at that and said, what do we need next year? What is going to work? What do people want? What is going to be in the best interest of the students? How can we make that come together? And that's what we're presenting right now. It's what we think is going to make the most sense for next year. I and Dr. Dua you can chime in if you want. I do think that there's even a little bit more that there's even a little bit more work that we can do. I think some of that is going to take some time, maybe between now and after we meet with the town, because I think we have to dig a little deeper. We have to kind of see how things are progressing through the year. But I think if we keep a really keen eye on this, I do think we can even do a little bit better. But I don't want to just do that for the sake of getting the number down. I think where we are now is a very reasonable request to the town with what we're putting forward. So in order to arrive at that, what I'm going to do is I have my, that key drivers document. I'm just going to kind of read through each of the different areas and what we changed. So stop me at any time. So
just to clarify, Leslie,
sure.
Is the key driver document only available to the school committee, or is that also attached to the agenda?
It is only available to the school committee because of personal information.
Okay.
That may be included.
That's fine. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll start with revenue. So there were essentially two areas within revenue that we addressed. And I just want to thank the school committee members that did provide some recommendations and suggestions of where they'd like to see some of these changes. And one of them was looking at our investment revenue that we have. I did a projection out. So that was one of the things in terms of the fiscal 26 projections. I've looked at where we look to stand at the end of this year and where we are right now. And I do anticipate that we're going to be somewhere in the 600,000 range again for fiscal 26. So with that in mind, I feel very comfortable knowing what our fund balance is, knowing how we're managing that money in that investment account, that we could raise that by $100,000 very comfortably. So I've gone ahead and made that change in the budget. I don't think we should go any higher than that, but I do think that that is reasonable, just looking at where we anticipate landing.
Can I ask a quick question about that? So it seemed like last year you were very conservative,
Yes.
and this year you're not very conservative. So or like
I still think I'm being conservative.
You think
at,
so?
At the 550, because if we're coming in based on my projections right now for fiscal 26, I anticipate us being somewhere around 634 to 637.
And then you're going compounding on that number.
And then I'm compounding on that number because now our fund balance has changed. It's going to be, the next couple of months are going to be different from where they were at the start of fiscal 26.
And
So-
you did increase it last year after.
I did
So
increase
you
it last year.
Yeah, so I
Um,
think you kind of,
And
I agree, I'm glad you did it again this year.
And I do think we have to keep in mind interest rates, we have to look at things, but I do think that that's reasonable. And I will say, in terms of last year, I was much more conservative because having been my first foray into the budget and looking at it and knowing that in the prior budget years, there was definitely some back and forth with regard to the investment income, I was hesitant and was significantly more conservative. But now that I'm 2 years in and I'm watching the account and I'm the one who monitors the investment account, I feel comfortable with that decision.
okay.
I did leave, for the most part, any of the tuitions or anything like that the same because I feel like it's just too early, and we have made some significant increases just based on the students that we're having and where I'm seeing right now with some of the projections that I've been doing. What I've added for next year is kind of where we're going to land this year. So I do feel comfortable with those numbers. So I didn't address any of that. I did, however, change how I am reporting the non-public transportation offset. So that's just one other thing I wanted to point out. So previously, I had added that as a total to the Formula 8, and then I had added the expense to the transportation line. But because it is truly a pass-through and we are not going to be receiving any dollars from RIDE for that line item, I have taken it off so that you can see the amount that we could potentially receive in savings, but it is not part of that revenue. So if you're looking at the revenue, it does look like it's been reduced by $227 because I've taken that out. But then on the transportation side, I've added in the expense and then I've offset that expense. So there's an in and out on the transportation line to account for that. Okay. Does anyone have any other questions in terms of revenue? Okay. So the biggest area that we worked on was salary and benefits. So I'm going to save that to the end if that's okay, because I think there's going to be a lot of discussion with that. So the next area I'd like to talk about is curriculum. So based on recommendations and in conversations with the director of curriculum and with the assistant superintendent, we have reduced the request that we had it originally in there for Geode's third grade classroom. We were originally putting in a request for all of the classrooms for that grade level across the district, but in conversation and looking at how that program is used and what they anticipate doing in the future, we're going to reduce it down to 6 classrooms with shared kits, and that reduces that overall budget from $20,000 to about $9,000. And we had $146,000 for a 6-year license for the grade 6 through 8 social studies curriculum. So I have removed that from the operating budget, and I have made the recommendation to the school committee that we use fund balance to purchase that as a consideration of a one-time purchase. And then, as we mentioned earlier, there was the discussion at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting to add a fund balance line specifically for curriculum moving forward to offset. So when we have purchases like this that are long-term licenses where we have to get new high-quality curriculum, we have something set aside for it in anticipation of needs down the road. Anybody have any questions on curriculum? Okay. So student services, we did a very, very deep dive in student services to really look at the ask that was in there in comparison to where we have been year over year. So I did a lengthy analysis in terms of two areas. One was the contracted nursing services, and the other was our out-of-district tuition. And I know we discussed in prior budget workshops that there was a very big jump in that out-of-district tuition. It was like $600,000 swing because we unfortunately under-budgeted in fiscal '26. But in sitting with Dr. Santa and looking at students that could be coming in, students that may be aging out, looking at where we went back 4 years, and we looked at, even with all the fluctuations and the changes that have been happening, where have we landed every year for the last 4 years? And consistently, we were in the 1.6 million, or slightly over. Knowing that we have some additional incoming students that we know are coming in, we did want to account for that, but she and I both agree that in looking at the tuitions, looking at the increases we were giving to those tuitions, that perhaps we were a little too aggressive in what we were thinking those tuitions were going to be, like the percentage increases that we were assuming, looking at what the increases were year over year over year going back to 2023. So we've made that adjustment. So we have changed that budget line item from 1.9 million down to 1.7 million. As everybody here knows, that can change in the blink of an eye. You get one extra student going somewhere else, and it could change by $100,000. But really looking at the data and going back, she and I were both comfortable with that number. So we've made that adjustment, which obviously did make a significant difference in the overall budget. We did the same thing with contracted nursing services. We went and we looked at what are those additional needs that we know we're going to have. How many people is that going to require? What is the average cost for that additional nurse that we'll need for 1, 2, 3 students? And that's the addition that we made. As opposed to looking at what it was, looking at what the need is, and taking a percentage. We actually based it on how many extra contracted nurses will we need to serve the students that we're anticipating coming in, and we based it off of that. So that reduced that ask down to only a difference of about $100,000 year over year. So that was a considerable savings there. And again, it's a budget. There are no guarantees with this, but sometimes just taking a percentage of something is not the best approach. We really, looked at it from a different way, and we think that this will work. So there's only one other item. We had evaluations. We usually build in a certain amount in the anticipation that we might have evaluations, but in the last 4 years, we really have not needed to use those funds, so it's a small reduction, but we reduced it by about $10,000 in that line item, just to bring it down to where our actual was. So considerable amount of savings just in the student services budget alone. Any questions on that? Okay. IT, this is the big one. We got a lot of questions about these changes in IT, so.
Chaz is making faces behind you.
Chaz got questions, I got questions. So there was a big number change. I'm sure everybody can see like, oh my goodness, a $400,000 change, like what's happening? And it really was just moving just a handful of items out, and nothing nearly as significant as what we did last year in terms of moving items out for fund balance. Couple of decisions that we made. One, he and I both agreed that it is important to keep Chromebooks in the operating budget. It is something that we pay for every year. It is an operating expense. It truly is. Unless the district decides to go in a different direction and we're not going to do Chromebooks and we're not going to purchase them on the same cycle that we're purchasing them, it needs to be in the operating budget. So they have remained. So the amount that was originally allocated is still in the operating budget. What we have changed is we have removed the year one of the teacher laptops. we have removed the ViewSonic interaction boards, so $205,000 for the teacher laptops, $75,000 for the interactive boards, and it is, took the wrong number, I think it's $105,000 for the upgrade of the middle school computer labs. We are making the recommendation to use fund balance because each of these items is considered a one-time purchase and would satisfy that requirement in terms of the use of fund balance. So it was the removal of $385,000 from that budget. In addition, we did, in conversation, we did remove penetration testing from the budget as a $35,000 expense. I know.
Someone needs to clarify what that is.
I'm going to have Chaz clarify that.
I'm just saying.
I wish it was a better name too.
I wish it was a better name.
That is actually what it's called. But no, it's basically when you basically hire a cyber team and they try to basically hack their way in and they tell you what they found. That's what the purpose of it really is. They try to break it.
Think cybersecurity breaking is what we will call it.
The point is basically they try to find where you can improve
Understood.
and then you patch it.
Oh, I think Jen does. Do you need a plug?
I do. Ken just went to find my plug.
We just need an extension cord. You don't need a plug, do you?
Yeah, just need an extension.
Where-
Look, there he is. Nope.
I don't know if they have.
Does that work?
No, I need some here.
Do you want my charger thing?
Usually there's like 3 in here.
There's usually one in each thing.
I believe Chess.
There's a power strip over here.
That's what I'm
But I'm
looking
saying,
for.
I don't know what's plugged into it, but I think we can,
No, I mean,
yeah.
No, I know. This will, if you plug this into your thing, it have power.
I don't know
Is that the plug?
things out of this power strip.
no, mine's round.
Oh, never mind. I'm not plugging this. That's why I was going to unplug
Can
this
you plug
thing.
it in right there?
Sorry.
Sorry to bring the meeting to
We're
a
really
screeching
driving
halt.
right now.
That's all right. I needed to.
Shoes.
Oh, Kenny's got one.
Thank you, Ken.
Just in case I don't do this. I think we'll take it out.
Okay. Now we return to our normal
I know, we should
programming.
have like a musical interlude there.
Okay. Thanks, Ken.
You're welcome. Thank you. Everybody's plugged in now.
Are you taking questions?
Oh, sure.
So, can you explain the upgrade devices at the in the computer labs at the middle schools? Obviously, I know our students still have to learn prior to getting a new Wickford Middle School, but can you just explain that? 2 labs at DMS and 1 lab at Wickford Middle?
Sure. And just in case I don't, we've got Chaz here to explain, but it is my understanding that we have computers that can no longer be upgraded. Like they are past their ability to do anything with them. And the intent is to get them to a place where they are still functional and they can still work, but we're not fully outfitting them with new devices. I think there was some talk of maybe some refurbished machines as well. But they do need to still function. We need to have them, but the devices that are presently there, we run the risk of them not being usable because they're so old. And so it is something that needs to be done even in light of the fact that we are building a new school and we will eventually have that between now and then. We have to have these labs. So the idea was to do them as efficiently and cost effectively as possible, but still having them be fully functioning for the students. And the anticipation is, again, one-time charge. It's not something that's going to be recurring, and hopefully what we do will sustain them for a significant amount of time.
And I bet you're going to answer my question.
I'm like, anything
I bet you know
add?
exactly what I'm about to ask. Will they be able to carry over to Wickford Middle, the new Wickford Middle at all?
Yeah, they would be. What we would be looking at is something that would be still good 5 years from now.
Okay.
The biggest factor as to why we're kind of, honestly, with the school, we would try to be a little more clever with how we're doing this, but realistically, the biggest problem is these machines can't upgrade to Windows 11. Windows 10 not being in support anymore means they're going to not be getting security patches anymore. and the trust won't let us do that, quite honestly, which understandably, because it's a pretty big vulnerability. So the timing is just kind of really unfortunate. But that's the real reason we kind of have to look into it, because we need something that can actually get the patches.
And that's just at the middle schools. Like, is there an issue at all at the high school or for teachers' computers at elementary schools or anything?
There are odds, ones, and ends that we're plugging, but lab-wise, no, nothing on a larger scale. This is it.
Okay.
That was part of the last year. This was one of those things that was like, hey, if we don't do this next last year, we have to do this this year.
Yeah, I know it is just bad timing.
Yeah, I know it really is.
And now it's this year.
Yeah.
And we're
Great
saying
job,
computer
Tess.
lab, it's for the computer classes, right?
Correct.
That's right,
We're-
yeah.
we're-
I think when
robotics
people
and
think
engineering
labs, they
classes.
think it's like the kids going in and out, but it's ultimately, for the class.
Robotics and engineering labs, yeah.
Thank you.
And just as a point of information too, so last year the ViewSonic boards we took out of the budget. It was something that we said we could put off, but these particular boards that we have in here are for equity. Like, these are the last remaining boards that we have to make sure that everybody who's supposed to have one has the boards. So this will kind of bring everybody up, all the different classrooms that don't have it, up to the same level as everyone else. So I do think that it's important that we keep that. This also includes requests that we got for different things from the individual principals when we had their meetings, when they were talking about items that they would want for their classroom. So that this item includes the request from 2 different places, covers all of those needs. The last piece within the IT budget, so after penetration testing that has been removed for now, we have the cybersecurity, which is again something that we have to do. This was something we talked about last year in the budget cycle. We opted to move it forward to this year, so we do need to do that. But Chaz has done a really great job of investigating ways that we can get the security that we need, but also optimize it so that we don't have to have multiple platforms for other things. Like, it's something that will kind of serve multiple goals. So we've left this cybersecurity item within the budget, and by kind of upgrading it slightly to a different form, it would allow us to remove things that are already in the budget that we've had previously that we would now not need. And so we think that's a smart decision. Obviously, we would need the school committee to say, yes, go ahead with that. But by moving forward with this MDR cybersecurity, we could remove vulnerability scanning for $15,000 and security awareness training. I think I'm missing it. What's it called? No form. For $17,000, and that would just be an overall reduction. And MDR was already in the original budget that we presented in the last 2 budget workshops. So we just kind of tweaked the version and what we would be doing with it. There was like a slight increase to a software line of about $3,500, $4,000, but doing that got rid of $32,000. So we opted to go in that direction. So that's overall how we got that reduction in the technology line.
So you're saying that there is the reduction. I have to go back and look at the actual numbers. This says could be cut. I mean, can you just say it's cut? I mean, like, you're recommending.
So in the budget that we're recommending, yes.
Okay.
What you're looking at right now is my conversation with Chaz.
Okay.
I have copied and pasted into here. So this is his words to me.
Okay.
Saying we can do that in here.
Okay.
I like to do that so I can make sure I'm getting it correct with what I'm presenting, because sometimes this stuff can be very technical and I don't want to bungle it.
But you did take out the 32,000.
Yes, so that is being
Okay.
removed from the budget, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions with that one? Facilities, we did not make any adjustments to facilities at this time. We had worked very closely with the interim facilities directors to really get that budget down significantly before we presented it the first time. So we haven't made any adjustments. I do know that there were some questions regarding electricity and solar. I don't know if you want to talk about it at this time while we're within that budget, or if you want me to just keep going and we can circle back to those.
We can circle back to that. I think that's a
Fine.
conversation.
Are we still in facilities? Can I ask?
Yeah.
So this is really not a you question. This is probably a Kenny question. I do know we talked about the custodial contracts in great length at other meetings. Given that it's a 4% increase each year, are we getting any feedback from building principals, people in the buildings, as to the quality of keeping the buildings clean? Like, do we want to stay with this contract?
Well,
You know,
we're doing
what
an
is?
RFP, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. We're putting an RFP out, so we'll see.
Okay.
We voted to have them put an
Yeah,
RFP.
so we have to.
I feel like that's
We have to budget for that 4%
Yeah.
increase because that's what we have, but we
Okay.
are putting an RFP out.
Okay. And approximately when? I'm just
So,
curious. What's the timeline on that?
So
I imagine this
hopefully-
is the first thing you handed to Bridget when she walked in on
it
Monday.
was. So within a week. So honestly, I started it 2 weeks ago, just when we went back and we had to pull up the old one. We started editing it, and then when Bridget came this week, I asked her, "Can you just look at it?" Wendy's been helping us, so I think within the week we'll have that out there.
I mean,
So
you'll forgive me for that question. It's just we've had
Yeah, no.
many discussions
Yeah.
over many
Yeah,
months.
no. I completely understand,
Yes.
but it is
So.
going out. So
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I think for the interest of the budget, we'd go with that
This one for
number,
now,
and then
yeah.
we know that we would not contract a company that's going to cost us more than what we're currently paying.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah,
And the
that's
hope would be to increase quality and perhaps find some fiscal savings, or at least know what's out there so we can continue the conversation of how we want to proceed.
right. Okay.
And just to talk about like that budget line item, I know we've talked about it before, but I just want to reiterate, so, because it is lower than what we had budgeted for fiscal '26. And I just want to point out again that for fiscal '26, we had budgeted in anticipation of different, what the percent increase was going to be. We weren't sure at the time. So now that we actually have those documents that we've received within this year of what it's going to be for '27, I based my '27 numbers off the actual rates that we received from ADM, so I made that adjustment. So I think last year, Chris and I, we were unsure, we kind of overcompensated. So I think we'll come in under budget for what we have this year. And I think what we have in the budget now is realistic to where we'll be in fiscal '27. And that does include additional line item monies for the rec expenses. So that number includes
That 60,000, okay.
Yes. So transportation, the only actual change that I made was what I had mentioned before, which was putting in the $180,000 of anticipated expense for the parochial schools, and then removing it directly below, having that line item showing that it was out. That would be the non-transportation offset. We are still waiting for our projections for mine. We have not received them. So I did not adjust this at all because I don't have any basis for which to adjust it. I can only base it on what we have right now, with the assumption that that's going to be the same students that we have going forward next year. So in terms of the statewide portion of that budget, it has remained unchanged because we do not have that information after many, many, many attempts to get the information. I just wanted to point that out.
So, is there a way that we can escalate that? Like in the real world, if somebody doesn't write back, we like escalate it to like the next person?
We have.
Okay.
Trying to get, we've been told we'll get something, we just have not received
Yeah.
anything yet, so.
Can we tell them we're not going to utilize their services anymore and see what happens then? Like that's insane.
And
And we're not the
It
only-
is not
we're-
giving me-
we're-
it's
we're
not giving me
we're not
great
the- We're not the only
confidence.
district waiting.
No, I understand that, but like we were sold on this concept of XYZ. If we're not even able to get numbers to budget, that makes me very concerned about contracting with them.
And if you look at the numbers, you can see can really be a big fluctuation from year to year.
Of course.
Because we look at what we thought it was going to be in '25, and then it went crazy. So then what we thought it was going to be in fiscal '26, so we budgeted accordingly. We put extra money in that line item. Now I look at what our spend is right now and what they're projecting for '26. It's totally different than what we have, and that's what we have to base '27 off of. There's a fairly big swing in there, which I would be lying if I said it didn't make me nervous. We have escalated it, and
What's the commission? Recite.
so
We will.
We
can pick it up again tomorrow. But Dr. Duba has tried, I have tried, Michelle has tried to reach out to many different contacts to escalate it up to say that this is imperative. We need this to move forward in our budget process. And
So I have a question about statewide, like putting the pass-through aside, right? If I look at the lines that are listed as statewide, right? Our budget for this year was 805, and I'm ignoring the pass-through and I'm counting the expense for this year's budget, and it's 755, so it's basically flat. Or am I missing a line?
One more time.
So this year's budget, 805, right? Rows 43 through 47. And then if I take the same thing, again, ignoring the offset, because,
Gotcha.
okay, it's 755. So we're not projecting any increase?
So that's the struggle I'm having, because I'm basing it off of actuals. So I'm looking at where we ended 25, where we are anticipating ending 26.
But we haven't gotten any invoices, correct?
Also correct.
Okay, so
So I'm projecting out based on what we've received with the number of riders that we have and what we do have, what those bills are, what I can anticipate based on ridership per month and how that changes throughout the course of the year. And that's how I'm arriving at that number. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't have confidence. I don't have confidence in it, even though I'm doing a tremendous amount of projecting out and understanding it. It could be totally different.
my concern is that this number is too low, because the total change from last year to this year in the budget is 263, but 180 of that is the offset. And every time we talk about transportation, all I hear is that it's going up, up. And what I see represented here is flat to down. And I'm not even talking about the fact that our own personal, like, NK buses, that number has gone down. But it's the statewide part that really makes me nervous. I think we're being very conservative in these numbers.
I think in the lack of data, you have to go high.
Correct, and I know you have no data, but I feel
You want to miss the opposite direction.
I do.
Yeah.
On transportation.
And what I'm going on is like what we have for ridership now. Like, and you know, knowing what students we have and what students will not be on the bus next year because we know that they might be
Graduating
out
or
or they're coming back or any of those things.
And I so appreciate like the work that you have done on all these buckets that we've just talked to you to go through and look at actuals and look at percentages. And I know I'm telling you the exact opposite, like right now, but I feel like transportation is kind of like the wild, wild west. And like it's not as necessarily like as applied in this case as it is in like something like we're talking about with contracted nursing or you know, other things like that. I'm just concerned, like it has gone up every year, and I feel even with the offset.
And we can certainly
Yeah, so
increase
just
it.
putting that out
Absolutely,
there for
we can
discussion while we're
certainly
in transportation.
increase it. I can
Yeah.
make it level
Yeah.
to what it was in 26. Obviously, any of these additions that we're doing, these changes, if we want to stay at the percentage that we are in terms of our
Yeah.
appropriation, we're going to need to then
Yeah,
remove
even if
something
we
else.
did like level minus the offset, just food for thought, putting it out there, right? Not
Okay.
to undo the work that you've done, but just transportation seems like an area where it's unlikely to go down.
Okay.
Leslie, I feel like you said a number. Did you remember what it was in 26 or approximately? Or did you say what it was, Jen?
In 20
It was like
last year, 20 like this current year that we're in, the
We
budget.
budgeted 805, and that was just
805,
based
something
on,
Okay.
we got these crazy projections in 25 that were a huge sum, so we are doing the opposite of what we're doing now, like we overcompensate. I don't think we overcompensated, I think we're probably gonna get bills, you know, somewhere in that range. But, let me see, what is our difference? I just wanna see where we are. So subject fair, so we're talking roughly a $50,000 increase to get us to be level to where we are in 26. All right, let's see, I'm gonna add it here.
I would disagree, Jen. I feel like it's the one thing that, or over budgeting might not be terrible.
Right.
Went the wrong way. Okay. So if I make that adjustment. want me to leave that adjustment in here as
Don't
is?
make it yet, just
Don't make it
like
yet, okay.
food for
That's good to
thought
know
as we go
what
through, yeah.
new percentage would be.
Leslie, which line did you add it to?
I added it to the special ed line.
Any other questions, or we want, let's keep going?
I'm just taking a note, give me one second. Okay. Alright, where were we? Athletics, the only thing that we changed, we'll talk about is in the salary lines with the stipends. There were some, we did receive some suggestions with regard to gate receipts. I figured we would talk about that if we talk about gate receipts. I know there was discussion about potentially moving, I think it was officials, or Rhode Island is just classically bills, and we did receive guidance that we could move that. I did, in one of the questions, I don't know if you had a chance to read my response, but I would recommend, if we are going to move something out of the operating budget and continue to use gate receipts to support that, that we pick something that has a continual fee year over year that is consistent, that makes sense. So my suggestion would be to move out our like rink and pool rentals, and that's just because we're using those. The gate receipts is being received from events that are happening at those things. To me, it's a very logical transfer, and that would be something that would then permanently live in gate receipts, because we could sustain it based on the dollars that come in year over year, and it doesn't necessarily help in terms of us spend down of gate receipts, but it would then remove approximately $22,000.
Yeah, it takes something out of
the operating budget
Yep.
permanently,
Yep.
because I do think it can sustain. So my recommendation would be, if we'd like to do that and we want to move it, I would say we move it with the understanding that that's where it's going to live moving forward. And I don't know if that's just a decision we can make. This is something that we have to involve the athletics director, but that would be my recommendation, would be to move those two items. And if we were to do that, that $22,000 could potentially offset any changes that we're making to the transportation line as well.
Yeah, I think that.
But that change
makes
has
sense.
not been
Yes.
made
Yep.
in this budget. I wanted to have it be a discussion.
And so in here, you already had, I'm trying to remember when we talked about the athletic enterprise fund, you had already like penciled in, quote unquote, the sound system and the storage containers. Leaving those in, is there still enough money to absorb pulling those two out for this year?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
so if we were to look at that, we can again talk in more
Yep.
detail about that. So there's still a fairly comfortable amount of money in gate receipts. So we could certainly sustain.
The percentage that we need to have in there.
Correct.
I think those two make perfect sense, because it's a receipt and it's a rental, right?
Mhm,
Yeah, I think
exactly.
that makes sense, yeah.
And even if there's fluctuation with what that amount would be, it's not going to fluctuate so much. Whereas with officials,
Yeah.
sometimes that can be
Yeah.
a big jump, and it's a fairly hefty amount. Like those are not small,
Yeah.
small bills. And so I think that it just makes more sense, and it's sustainable with the amount of revenue that comes into that account.
Yeah.
So I can certainly make the note to make that adjustment.
Yeah. What do you all think, yeah?
Yeah, I think that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I was not comfortable with the ref doing it for the refs, so I agree with the recommendation.
My only concern is if you don't have that money, does that mean that the students don't get rink time and they don't get pool time? Because we don't own a rink and we don't own a pool. And so what happens if we don't have that money in the future? Like I'm with you on the train of thought, but like that's one where like it's, for those sports, it's not a nice to have. Like it's hard to do swimming without a pool. It's hard to do hockey
No,
without a rink.
Money that could be applied somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we talk a lot about, like, operating costs and annual costs, like, these are annual costs, like, these are ones that are hard to, I don't know.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a conversation that has to happen anytime you're making a decision to move something out of your operating budget and use something that can fluctuate or can potentially not be there. It is not a guarantee.
But it's the same thing with refs. You can't have the
I
games
wouldn't,
without the refs.
I would have said
Yeah.
the same, I would have said the same thing.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel like the
It's not
rink,
one or the other.
I feel
Yeah.
like the rink and pool are safer because it's not as much too.
But I do
Like
agree
more.
Yeah.
that if you don't have a pool or a rink, you can't play hockey and you can't have a swim team. So that is certainly a problem.
Yeah.
And I think that's the conversation. It would be, we have to be comfortable with the items that we're moving, or if we think that that's going to be a problem, then I wouldn't recommend moving anything at all. And we just say, it's an operating expense, we have to understand it needs to stay in the operating budget, and gate receipts we'll have to spend down in another way or utilize in a way that doesn't involve the operating.
How much revenue do we bring in for gate receipts?
Ish. I believe it's usually between 22 and 29. Let me,
Because that, like, every year you're barely gonna be hitting that number. So like, if you're doing 22 for pools and rinks, and you're bringing in like around that same amount, like, you know what I mean? Like that, you have one swish where the boosters sell more of the things and you get less gate receipts, or fewer humans go and you're not gonna be able to hit that number.
let me actually.
And I'm not saying no, I just want us to be thoughtful about,
No, that's a
I
good
don't wanna
point.
get to a place in a year or
That's fair.
two where like, the swim team is very mad at us. I think it's really important.
So
So
in
looking-
25, we brought in 24,000. Year to date, right
too
now,
much.
we have
We have-
22,000. The year before that, we brought in 39,000.
Whoa, that's a good year.
No, and these the other years are bad years.
Yeah, plus we switched though to
We,
Not
yeah,
Well,
Well,
still-
yeah,
so-
we're working on that.
yeah.
There's,
Yeah, no, that's
That
gonna
feels
have a
very,
buffer,
that
yeah.
feels hard for me.
Yeah.
That's your whole income.
Entire thing, yeah.
Mhm.
Like if it was like half or like a third, I'd be like, yeah, we could swing that. Like, but like if you got down to 18, you don't have, like, it's not like you'd be cutting services to students. So I would support it for this year, but I don't think we should.
I don't think long term that's the right thing.
long term.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but Leslie was kind of saying that like you were saying, kind of pitching that as if we move it out, we move it out.
I think
I'll do it this year, but I do think we need to think about it.
My thought is I'm always hesitant to take operating expenses
Mhm.
and move them elsewhere. So my first would be, let's not do it. But if we're talking about we want to do it this year because we need to,
We need to do the spend down.
rather than officials,
Yeah.
I would do this.
Mhm.
I don't think it's unreasonable to say that it's something that could live there forever and ever and ever.
Mhm.
But I don't want to do something that's going to jeopardize. Like your point, I did not think of until you made that point, and I agree 100%. You cannot have those sports without those things. So moving it there indefinitely is
I
probably
mean, if
not
you
the
remember,
best plan.
if we're taking it out this year, it's going back in next year. So now
It'll be
it's
just
it's
like
a-
uniforms, like you
Yeah.
took the
And
uniforms.
that's okay, like, I'm
Yeah.
okay with that, and I know it sounds like, I would like to keep everything in operating, that's just not realistic, and so, like, because we're trying to do some spend down on the gate receipts, like, I think it's okay to do it for this fiscal year,
Mhm.
but, like, I do think that then next year it needs to go back in, and we need to think more about, we'd have to think about what could be in the gate receipts that is not the entire income that we bring in every year, like, but could be every $5,000 or $10,000 every year. Like, I do think there must be something that we could pull out and sustain, but the numbers being that close make me nervous.
And there are some things, and not to be harping on the same thing, but like we have, rink rentals and gym rentals and pool rentals. They're three different things. They're three different line items that equal that. You could pull out one, and you could say we're going to take the $7,000 pool rental and put it in there, but not take all of them. So that was just a combination to try and spend it down. I mean, the other option is if our goal is to do a spend down, is to sit with Mr. Tober again and say what other things that might be in your budget that are not, that might be one-time things that are kind of rolled into other stuff. Like, is there equipment that you're going to buy this year that you don't need again for another 5 years? Can we use gate receipts? So maybe we have that conversation first and see.
My thought
In
was
terms of
less of a
spend down.
spend down and more of a what can we pull from the operating budget, since we have like a continual revenue stream, right? Like, is there a recurring expense that can come out
To
of
your
that?
point, though, it could be the pool rental, right? Like,
For 61.
yeah, like, like you could just do one of those, and that would make me feel more comfortable about like pulling out
Yeah, like
$7,000.
$7,000 a year.
If we're making 20, we know we're gonna likely make 7.
Yeah.
So that would make me feel that would be fine. But also, to circle back, I do support pulling them out for this year, just because it will help us reach our goal. Like that move helps you balance what we just did with the transportation
It
thing.
certainly offsets it,
Yeah.
absolutely.
and it allows us not to increase the percentage. So I'm happy to do it any way, but
I think it'd be good, like you're saying, do it this year, but keep the line items there, and then, you know, I don't think we have to decide something to permanent to
Today.
go
No.
today.
And
Yeah, like,
I will say, like
That's a
last
next year problem.
So for this year, we did the uniforms, and that actually worked well. You know, we came up with a system, and we did the uniforms, and they were able to purchase them out of there very easily. There were no issues. So if we're looking for 1 year pullouts, like there's a number of things that we can do. I can look at it and just see what makes the most sense. What'll be the easiest transition for this year.
okay.
Yeah.
So let's think about that. But it also sounds like you have the committee support to do the one time.
Which would be $25,000.
Yeah.
Is it 25,000?
Yeah, 25.
Yeah. So, but if you can find, like, if you talk to Dave and you find, you know, 3 things that are
Maybe
kind of
a
like
handful
those,
of things.
like, yes, we buy them, but not every year kind of things,
Mhm.
then pull 25 of those. But worst case scenario, pull this for 25, and then we'll go from there.
Because I'm thinking there might be some things within that, like supplies, equipment
I bet there
kind
is.
of bucket that doesn't need to purchase every year. That
Yeah.
we could
Okay.
carry over.
Great.
Okay.
Is that indicative of the conversation from the committee? But I just
Yep.
okay. What else do we have?
Okay, let's see, what's the next item? So I did not cut anything from the actual operating budget from any of the schools themselves, because their budgets they were already very lean to begin with, so they have all remained the same. What I did remove was the non-standard, non-operational request that came from them. So it was around $35,000 that we had put in furniture and fixtures. For those items, I am making the recommendation to pull those items out and use fund balance, because they are all, for all intents and purposes, one-time items. And some of, in addition, some of that $35,000 included items that we're now going to use the food service program to buy. It included cafeteria tables. Some of it included furniture that we've been able to already purchase for some of the schools. So I think I'm very comfortable taking that $35,000 out and making the recommendation to move that to fund balance, and it would probably end up being less than $30,000 of use.
Does that amount cover everything that was asked for in terms of furniture and fixtures?
It covers everything that was asked for outside of some of the full outfittings within furniture that I believe Quidnesset asked for. They had a substantial request. This covered some of the most critical areas, and then we were able to cover some more with furniture that we purchased elsewhere this year already. There is still a request, and I can certainly get the totals for that, and I can make that presentation all together. But everything else, the one-time asks that are listed below, is included in that $30,000.
Okay, yeah, when you do the enterprise fund presentation, if you can just have that number just so that we know what their total ask was, what it's getting, and then what's not included in that.
Because I do think I remember you saying that you would ask the building level administrators to go and get the quotes for you,
They did,
and those who did got in, but it didn't sound like all of them had provided you that information. Maybe I misheard you.
There was one school that did not provide me with the quotes, and outside of me going and getting all of the quotes for those items, so those are not in there.
What
but-
school?
Fishing Cove.
Okay.
Fishing Cove. But by all means, my goal this year with this budget was to provide those items to them, because I know they have been asked for multiple years. So I would, if we are able to get that information from them, I would absolutely include it in this request, because I do think that all of these things are important asks that they need, in the day-to-day of teaching students.
Mhm.
So I think they're all reasonable, and I would absolutely recommend putting that forward.
Okay.
So those are, outside of salary and benefits, those are the major changes to the budget. Any other questions before I jump into the salary and benefits?
So you want non-salary and benefit questions first?
Oh, I'm happy to answer anything if there's something that you
No,
want
it sounds
to
like she's
start
going to
with.
walk us through
Yeah, no,
what she
I'm
did.
just
and then-
looking.
Yes, oh yes, so anything non-salary or
Yeah.
benefit, ask now, and then we'll switch to salary and benefit.
Mhm. So there's a lot of movement in this one.
The camera costs.
Yes.
Okay, so I saw your note, and then you said you added the annual fee to fiscal year 27 in the event that we renew the contract. What was the cost that you added?
21.
So same as 20,
21
okay.
is what I added. So, and I did confirm again because he happened to be here, but the person who had given me the original information, which is why I put it as a hardware purchase originally, and that's why we took it out, confirmed that yes, in fact, that was what the initial intent was, which is why I put it in the way I did, but that once we went out to RFP, that all changed and it
Yep.
moved to the licensing
Okay.
piece. But I understood that we only had that we did it for 1 year.
1 year.
But
Yes.
needed to make sure that if we decided, like if it's working and we decide to extend it, we didn't want to have to come up with $21,000.
Yes, so it's
I've
in the
included
budget
it in
for
this
next
budget.
year.
But
Okay.
if we say, we've decided we don't want to do this and we're not moving forward, that's $21,000 that will either come out of the budget or will get reallocated to something else.
Okay. Bright Star certification for $16,000.
So I didn't make any moves with Bright Star because I wanted to get confirmation, but because I wasn't 100% sure, even after getting additional information, how that fee is assessed. Like, is that a one-time fee that we're paying toward whatever the certification process is, or is this individual teachers who have to go through a certification
No, I bet it's the school.
process?
I would imagine it's for the pre-K.
It would be
It
pre-K
would be-
related. It's probably related to, it could be professional development, it could be supplies, it could be,
Like things that
Any
you have to do
cost
to
that
get the
we have
5
to
stars.
do.
Yes, there was like a
To get
number
the
of
Bright
things,
Star.
and so I didn't know exactly
I bet Google
what it
can tell us.
entailed, and I didn't get the details in time because,
there isn't a cost, so there's no, like, we don't pay a fee to have Bright Stars come out and evaluate us, so
Okay.
all of that would be, it says it right there, it's training.
That's
It's
what I'm
early
saying. I
childhood
think it's-
tra-
I
yeah.
think it's per
So
person. I think it's-
that's the
it's
cost of
based
the
on the
training
teacher.
that our teachers and TAs have to go to. So you have to make sure that everyone is certified in the Rhode Island Early Learning Standards. So that's the professional development, so that's
How
our
much did we
cost
spend on it this year?
of PD in order
We haven't
to
done
have
that.
everyone trained,
So-
because you have to make
So you
sure
don't make
all
that
your
big.
staff.
But my
are trained.
question
No,
is, that's a one-time fee?
No, we haven't done
Can
it.
we take
No,
that out?
no,
So that should be a one-time
Well,
fee.
I mean, that's
Yes.
the better
So if it's a one-time fee, can we take that out of the operating
Or is
budget?
it something they have
It's
to
not,
do?
Jody has info. Jody? What a friend.
It is coming up, and there's extensive training that they have to do in order to be within the new regs. So I know when talking with Jackie DiLorenzo, she was, rather
So this
adamant.
isn't something that's gonna happen every year, though?
No, it's on a cycle.
Great.
I don't know now with the new regs how often we need to
As long as
reapply.
you don't say every year, that's all I care about. No, I'm serious, that's
No,
something we
yeah.
could pull
Yeah,
out.
no, that
Yeah,
can
that's
come out.
reasonable.
Yeah, so if we could pull that
It's,
out.
Jody?
it's 30 hours for each staff person, so, thank you.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah, I'm
something.
having trouble figuring out where it is.
Jen, where is it?
I saw it, and then I made the note.
You know,
It's
It was in a narrative,
I think
maybe?
it's
So
in
it's
the
in-
narrative
it's in your
as this
key,
is something that they would like.
So it's not already in the
It's
budget?
really
Oh,
anticlimactic.
well,
Okay,
that's unfortunate, okay.
good talk, Jen.
Um,
Keep trying.
But, in light of the fact that it has to happen, I do think that it is a good candidate.
Well,
for
now
it.
you know, you do
We're
not
not.
have to find money in the budget for it. That's a fun balance conversation, that's a fun balance conversation. So the custodial fees, thank you for providing that information. I think, like we talked about the last time, that we need to document what we're doing
mhm.
Mhm.
in the policy. I still disagree with the way that it's being handled, but we definitely need to document it. I had a question because some of the,
You're talking like Jen talking, you know, like.
You're
explain
talking
what
about
you're
the
the rec.
rec. I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Sherry, you're learning Jen talk. Congratulations.
I
You're right, it
noticed-
has the policy would have to be,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah, we're talking about,
yeah.
we need to either do a memo with the town or we need to
Yeah.
put it in the document in the policy.
But some of the lines were less than 3 hours, and our policy says you get charged a minimum of 3 hours, so I was wondering.
So the math needs to be
the
off 3
math
hours.
needs to be, like, we should be charging.
Well, we shouldn't be charging, but we should be figuring out
Billing.
like
We're-
the equivalent.
If we are making
Yeah.
sure that we are within the budget that we have set aside with the amount that we're allocating each year, we need to base it off of what
Yes.
the policy says.
I assume you need to check that math.
Yeah.
When they,
No, 'cause I
when the
got
rec
it at
department
4 o'clock,
uses
so.
our building, do they go through the same system that,
It all goes through facilities.
Yeah.
So
And so
then-
those fees, so say you have rec and you have somebody else in the building, the custodial fees are split between the two organizations.
Is that what the policy says?
I don't remember the policy, so it's split.
It's what the memo to people
Yeah,
says.
I mean, that's how
yes.
we.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah, I don't
yeah,
know.
I
I
was
don't
just,
remember.
but the town doesn't want us to individually bill them like we do with
Everybody else.
everyone else, yeah. Is there,
Because so when I met with the town administrator, this was back 2 years ago. I went back to my emails. It was September of 2020 when I started. We started the conversation because Mike had some emails with them about invoices. So we started meeting that fall. And the concern from the town was that if they're going to get charged for that, they're going to have to, they'd have to figure where it was coming
They'd
out
have
of
to
the
give
budget.
money to the rec department.
And it was coming out of the rec, and so they would have to increase the fees on the rec. And so what we talked about was, instead of us charging them, just put it in our budget. So when we make our request to the town for the cost of ABM services, add in what the approximate cost would be that we would be charging the town, and just build into our budget. So the money is coming to us ahead
Which
of
works
that.
If the number's the right number.
in a year where the town gives us what we ask for.
Mhm.
In a year where they don't, we are then not getting that appropriate amount.
My suggestion would be, I was thinking the same thing that you were, at the same time, is then we would need to put in a line similar to what we do with like MLO funding, where it is like a restricted fund that they give us outside for appropriation. That says,
yes.
this is your appropriation and this is the percentage, and then we are giving you this amount of money at this time to cover the expenses that are there. So,
Yep.
but it's like a restricted account, so like it's only to be used for the custodial costs
Yep.
for that thing. So if
That's more better.
if we want to, because to your point exactly that, if
Yeah.
they say, well, we're only gonna give you 2.5% this year.
Then yeah, you
Yeah.
still are covering that
Yeah,
cost.
that's better then, because it doesn't, I mean, in looking quickly, because I just got the information late this afternoon, it looks like that 60 grand is enough, right? So, which works if we're getting the whole
And if you see
appropriation
this year, they're up this year. So when you look at the 3 years, and you look at where we are right now, as of February, we're high, and if you look at the entire year of permits that they put in for requests for usage, it's gonna be the highest this year over the 3 years. We're still within the
Right.
range.
But we didn't do the
But-
math, right? I don't think. I don't
Well,
think we did the
I
math
don't
off
think
of
we did based
3
on
hour
the
minimum.
minimum of 3 hour usage on a weekend. Like,
Because
I
that's what
see-
we
I
get charged
see-
for BBM.
I see things in there for an hour, a half an hour, right?
So let's double check that number, and then Leslie, maybe let's put that through, like indicate it like that, and then we can also indicate in the policy.
In the policy that there is a carve out for them.
Yeah, we'd have to write in
Yeah.
specific
and how
language and
it's
get it
being
approved by the
handled,
committee.
yes.
and is there a way we could actually track, and then if they go over, because I only think it's unfair that like the PTOs use it and they're paying the full price, and it's the kids in our town, you know, and it just comes out of whatever activity's going, so ultimately the PTOs have to charge extra because it's, you know, so is that another thing too? Like, what if the 60,000 isn't, and it's really 65? Is there a way for them to give us the money, you know, somehow?
We open ourselves up to with that though, that if the 60 was too much,
Then we, yeah.
yeah.
We at my work we just pay. So like I get money into my budget to pay for custodial, and then when I use custodial, I pay for custodial. So the way that that would be the cleanest is that they would give the money to the rec department for custodial, for rentals, and then the rec department would pay us, and then you would have a paper trail and you would have actuals. I
Yes.
totally respect and understand the town manager doesn't want to do that like that, but where I get nervous is the transparency and the vulnerability for the district, and so I'm trying to figure
Yeah, I
out a
agree. Or
compromise.
people thinking it's not,
Yeah,
you know, it's fair for rec, but it's not fair for other stuff that goes on in our buildings
yeah,
that also
Yeah.
are kids in our town.
yeah. In theory, that's different funding though. Like I hear what Ralph's saying about like it's town money and town money. So like, what's the difference if he puts it in our account versus their account? All right. Whereas the PTO is donation driven. I don't disagree with you on your concept,
Yeah.
but like I hear what Ralph's saying about that piece, but I do get nervous about the transparency. And like I said, like if we do miss, we have to cover it, unless we
Yeah.
put some language in or something, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So as far as so it sounds like from a budget perspective, we're gonna try to put that request in a little bit different, perhaps?
I think I have a couple of ideas, and if the committee is okay with this, I'd like to just reach out to the town finance director to make sure that she is also on board with however I'm doing it, so that we can make sure that however it's going to flow is going to work for both.
And you're gonna check the math with the 3-hour minimum?
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank
Aside
you.
from electricity, those were my only non-personnel questions. You want to talk about electricity?
Does anybody else have things that were unresolved that were not personnel stuff that they wanted to talk about before we move on to personnel?
No, mine was also the electricity, just sort of.
So why don't
Which
we
I
talk
know
about
we
that?
talked
We got a lot of
last time.
questions about electricity over
Well-
the past week, so bring it up. Talk about it.
I guess my question, are we allowed to see the contract? This 25-year contract that we're in?
I'm sure my answer was not pleasing to anyone. I tried to be as.
No, I just laughed at the
Let
25
me see
years.
if I
I was
have
like,
Um,
oh, okay.
I would like for the record to, this predates me.
Right.
This predates me.
It does.
But let me see if I have it, because I had a lot of questions I remember when I came in.
I think that's
I
fine, but I
will-
think we're here, we have to
Yeah.
fix it now.
Right, I will
That's-
say,
we're here
I
now.
will say
I think
this,
we
that
can
this
now.
That's
was a
what I was wondering.
conversation,
That's why we wanna see
this
the
was a
contract.
conversation that came up last year as well.
Yes.
And Dr. Duva and I have had conversations, with Mr. Mollis and the finance director, and we agree that we need to do something, we need to have a conversation to figure this out, we need to, get down to the bottom of it, because I think it predates.
It just
all
keeps,
of
it
us.
just keeps
It does.
increasing. It's like this
And
money
it
goes
does,
towards
it
these
keeps
credits.
increasing,
but
and
Right.
it's not
It's not
a
helping
benefit
us.
to
Right,
the
and I
district.
think
It
we should
doesn't
stop
help us.
talking about predating, I think we have to figure it out.
It doesn't help
Well,
us.
and that's the thing, we've had this conversation, the four of us have had this conversation where it needs to be addressed, we need to all come together so that we have
All right, let's have that meeting then.
a
Yeah.
clear understanding,
So
and then
can
we
we
can bring
come
it to the
together?
committee and say.
But it's not, for
Yes.
budget purposes, for FY '27, I think we have to leave it for now.
We do, so
And
essentially.
then we can,
Yeah.
we need to, I'll put it on the
The
list.
easiest way to understand it is if we didn't have the solar credit, those solar credits are not credits, it's the terrible term, they are solar payments that we're making, essentially. They are credits that the town receives, we pay them, they show up on our bill, they are credits for the town, we then pay, we get the reduction in our bill, we have to then pay the town for those credits. So you just look at that combination and that's our electric. Like, if we didn't have the credits on our bill, we'd be paying that in electricity. Because they just, it's a weird in and out.
But it's supposed to be beneficial.
It's not beneficial,
It,
not to the district.
that's,
Not to-
Yeah, that's what
I
it
mean,
Not to the
is.
school
Like,
district.
we're not supposed to be, yeah.
like ultimately, if we were paying it all
When the
together,
school committee voted.
it would look like we were getting a discount.
Can we add it as
Can
an
you do
agenda item
guesses?
to the next meeting so that we can have a robust discussion?
Wait,
Go
what?
back to what year we are in the contract.
I don't know.
No, we don't need,
And
so
can
I
I ask
asked,
a question? Is this a
And I think
con?
we're in year like 4 of the 25, to answer that question. I think
yeah, so it
year
was,
4.
I feel like it was right before I was elected, if I remember correctly, like maybe 2020, 2021, and so I just asked Ken if he could have someone look and find, what the school committee voted on it, when they
It
voted.
was right in the beginning of.
I mean, we can go back in our meeting minutes.
So like 2020, no, that's what I'm saying, have someone go look, and have someone go look and try to find, it was probably 2020,
Because that might help decide, like, why did we vote to do this? Do you know, even though now I feel like costs have changed, maybe
Yeah, it's
it
on tape
seemed like it
somewhere.
made sense
Okay.
then?
so we'll do that, and then we will, I also think we need to, both things need to happen, that, we'll look into that, and then we'll do that, but as far as the budget goes, and we can put it on as an agenda item at a future meeting, but for the agenda, for the budget, we just need to go with that number right now. I don't think we have any,
And I base that on what the solar credits were from the year before, what the electricity would be, we project out, and what the normal like increase would be based on whatever like electric contract, supplier contract we have, and what that percentage is. So there's not much I can change within that, and we've been fairly close year over year with our projections of what it's gonna be, so,
yeah.
unfortunately, I don't think we have much wiggle room.
Okay. Any other thoughts, before we move on to personnel?
I just want to point out, I know there was a request, just to break out the substitutes into the 2 different buckets on the budget. I have done it. It's not in the one you have. Because I wanted to make sure I could put all the information, so to break it out for 24, 25, 26, and have it clean. So I will, that request has been done.
Okay.
And I will send it out, and if we have to repost it for the public,
Okay.
I will make sure that it gets up.
Do you want to talk about substitutes now or later?
We can talk about substitutes now.
All right.
I have a question. Should I be recusing myself from this conversation on the subs? Are we talking specifically about ESS?
So she works for ESS as
Yeah.
a vendor.
I don't mind. I mean, I can take a break.
Sure.
It's a sacrifice, but
Yeah.
Take a bathroom break.
yes.
So my question was, so, and it's budget but not budget, but like I was looking at other towns' budgets, and ours is, for like comparable-ish districts, and our substitute line is still wildly high, and so it's not, I guess it's more of a like, it's not a budget, are we sure that those are actuals, I guess, is what I'm, like, as far as projections and trends and stuff, like we actually think that that is gonna be our substitute number within budget, and then also, like, I think long-term, we need to look at why our substitute number is so much higher than other people's, because I don't think it's our rate, I think it's, there's some things are feeding that, but like it was, when I was doing a quick glance just to see when we were talking about the ESS stuff, I was like, these numbers are not, our math is not mathing on that, so I think we need to take a look at that.
So Stephanie did do an analysis of
Great.
ESS for us.
Yes, I did reach out to like 5 different districts about how many subs they have, you know, their cost, and then Leslie and I did an analysis of, you know, our cost if we took.
Yeah, but I saw that document.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I sent you, Leslie and Ken, a thing that, and I pulled out, I had done it with other districts, and I specifically pulled the one, Stephanie, that you did. If you look at, and the only information I could compare it to was the budgets that were uploaded to RIDE, the percentage of substitute budget to salary and total budget are so much higher for us than they are to the other districts. And I don't understand why, right? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Can I just say,
Yeah.
is it possible for us to take a 5-minute recess after?
Yep, 100%.
Yes, yeah.
Can you make a motion, Jen?
I'll
Or
make a
if
motion
you want to
to-
continue.
No,
I'll
we're-
make a motion to recess.
Second.
All those in favor?
I apologize.
No worries. So we're come back from our brief recess. And I believe we were talking about substitutes, but Megan, you...
Oh,
you
do I
didn't-
need to leave?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
No.
Like,
I
a good segue.
understand why you're back, but also, we did not, that's where we were, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
I apologize, Jen, if you could just repeat what you were saying, because I was
No worries. I was just saying, I took the list of districts that Stephanie had used with her comparison, and I took the budgets that are available from the RIDE UCOA dashboard, and I looked at the salary budget, the substitute budget, and the total budget, and I did a comparison of the percentage of substitutes to salaries and total budget. And ours is higher than all of those districts. And it also doesn't tie with some of the information that the districts themselves gave in terms of their total cost of salaries, but I'm struggling to understand why our substitute costs are so much higher than all the other districts. And I got the comparison that you did of the breakout, thank you, Stephanie, to show like the cost of doing it from ESS and doing it in-house. And I see that, I understand that, I buy into that, like I get it, but it still doesn't explain why our total costs are so much higher than other districts.
Well, I mean, our fill rate is very good. So we have, for all the absences, we are filling the majority of the absences with substitutes. So if other districts aren't filling them, then they have to do class coverage. And they didn't give me their numbers for class coverage to see how high those numbers were.
Oh, but that wouldn't actually be in the
Wouldn't be in the
substitute.
substitute.
That would be in a different line on the budget.
So I'll go back and I'll look at that, but I would imagine that when they're budgeting, like I didn't look at actuals, I looked at budget
Yeah.
numbers. And so presumably when these districts are preparing their budgets, they're doing the same process we do, right? And so I didn't compare actuals, I compared budget to budget, and they're still very off. But I'll go back and I'll pull in the, yes, question?
One thing I would like to say, and I don't believe it's being taken out yet, but we write in Title II for all of our GEMSNet subs, because it's about $30,000 that we write for in Title II. And we usually don't take it out to the end of the year because the training is ongoing throughout the year.
Way more than that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
thank
wanted
you.
to mention that.
That's helpful.
That is helpful, but
But
yeah.
our actuals also reflect that adjustment.
Yeah.
So that,
Yeah,
That is
this
helpful,
was
though.
budget,
And
and
the
this
other
was not
thing I
actual.
did learn too is that we have a lot of building-based substitutes, and other districts, some have things like that, but some don't have any of those.
But shouldn't that help our sub-budget?
Well, but then
Yeah, but
it's,
you're paying for it.
Well, I know
right?
that,
So
but
so
not, but aren't they employees not in the sub-line?
No.
no,
you're-
our
you're-
building
No,
subs
because
are-
they're
we have
building
22
subs that work
for
for ESS.
Building-based subs.
You're
Not.
paying your ESS, so if we have, say we have 20 building subs that are coming every single day, right?
22.
And other 22. And other districts don't have building subs and they're just going to day-to-day
Why
and
would
and they're not filling their
So this-
subs, then our expenses would be more because we have someone every single day in
and then
Which
we should
goes back to
cover
the other
class
conversation we
coverage
had
and
last
things
year
like
about actually hiring people to fill those
Okay.
roles versus paying substitutes.
Yeah,
Right,
okay,
so
so.
the difference too is that if we did that though, with the building-based subs, so if
You
you
do
were
the
to send the
benefits.
comparison chart, we'd have to pay them, we'd have to incur their medical costs.
Okay, so we are, I started this, and I apologies. Okay, so,
We will look at it again.
no, and I think we have to look at it in a
I think on a
more
separate
macro way,
agenda,
like a not budget way, like look at,
I would agree.
like how the building subs are being used, like what are they covering, like, like there's something, there's like a lot in there, I
It's kind of
think.
like the energy thing. I almost
Yeah.
feel like we have to have a separate
Yeah.
agenda item
Yeah.
during the year, not
Yeah.
well before budget
I
season
agree, Sherry.
to do it.
Yeah, it was my fault, I started it.
It's
But I
just
do,
That's all right.
because I'm not questioning the number that we have in, I'm just displeased with the number we have in.
Yeah,
And there's a
that's-
difference, and
It's-
so,
That's
yeah.
what it is.
It's a large number.
It's a
when you
very
look at it.
large
It's a
number.
large number.
But we're
it
not
makes
going
me
to solve
worry.
it during
It
budget
makes me worry
time.
Yeah.
about our employees, about our infrastructure, like how we're doing things. The 22 building subs is something I didn't really think about. That is an interesting angle to take on it. Like there's just, so we'll put that on a different one. I think for the purposes of today, we cannot make any changes. The numbers are the numbers.
Well, what I can do is if we're at a point where, we say we want to move forward, but we're going forward with the understanding that we are going to look at this again, we're going to take a deeper dive, and that if there's any room, that would be the first place that we would address in terms of other areas of the
I mean, if we find opportunities, we could always reallocate money, but, yeah, okay.
but nothing we can do today.
Not today, no. Okay, someone, I'll go get Megan. Leslie, where do you want to take us next?
Okay, so I'm gonna go back up to, salary and benefits. So, there's several different areas, that have been adjusted, and I'm going to let Dr. Duvo, when we get to that point, kind of lead the discussion, just, because I want us to kind of look at this in terms of what we're doing with the positions as reallocations and not cuts. Because that's the way we approached it, that's the way we approached the conversations with the directors or the principals when we were looking at this, looking, like I said in the very beginning, of like, what are the needs for next year? Like, really identifying areas where we could maybe restructure to get us where we need to be to serve the students best next year. First thing I want to know is just in looking at the FTEs. So, and I want to point this out mainly just for the public so they can understand. I know in the first budget workshop we had, there was still work that needed to be done with the FTEs. We had to identify, the numbers were not jiving, and I went through and went line by line through the salary to see if I could identify where there might have been some issues. I was able to identify those, and so I have adjusted not only the fiscal 27 FTEs, but the fiscal 26 FTEs, because I wanted them to be representative of what the actual FTEs were in that fiscal year. So just to point out what the changes were made, I know I had mentioned I had allocated an individual to the GCB as part of the budget process. They were actually ESP, and then, so ESP was under budget by an FTE, GCD was over budget. I made that adjustment in the fiscal 26. Additionally, in fiscal 26, the FTE, not dollars, so I want to be very clear with that, there were vacancies that were filled, and they were represented, and the dollars were represented in the fiscal 26 budget in the fill line, but the FTEs were still counted in the vacancy line. And so those two adjustments accounted for that weird 0.70 that it looked like. It made it look like from fiscal 26 to 27 we lost 0.7 of a teacher. We did not. It's just because of how in fiscal 26 the FTE was being counted in two different places. So I've adjusted that number, which then when you look at that first version of the budget, it would be zeros because we didn't make any changes to the FTE, so it would have been zeros all the way down. So I just wanted to make sure like everybody knew and that the public knew that those adjustments have been made, but not because there were any changes to actual positions. It was really just kind of housekeeping. So with that, what you see in this updated budget with the changes in FTEs do reflect the items that Dr. Juma brought forth at our last budget meeting with the positions that we thought were the top priorities for the district and making sure that those are added in. So when we are looking at the budget as it is right now, we have made various adjustments to include all of the positions that Dr. Duva brought forward. So with the exception of one TA, which is the TA at Quid, we are working and our goal is to make sure that that position is covered, whether it be we're looking at options of covering that either in Title I or working it into this budget. We have the ability to potentially work it into this budget with some of the reallocations.
That was the intensive resource when we talked.
Correct, correct. So I just wanted to point out, it's not in here right now, but our goal is to have that covered and have that position filled in some capacity without impacting the dollars that you're looking at right now. Okay. So we talked about the percentages, updating the FTEs. I've made sure I noted all of those changes in your driver document so that you know what adjustments I made to 26. I did have a conversation with the town about the healthcare percentage. They are going in at 10%, so I have kept it at 10% unless the committee decides that that's still too conservative and they'd like me to go in higher. But we are in line with the town.
Last year, what was the increase that we got surprised with? Was it 12 or?
10.16.
Yeah.
10.1.
We had budgeted 6.5.
Right, okay.
Dr. Dewar, did you figure out the half student Spanish teacher at DMS?
So we are still looking at that. I believe by looking at the schedule and the number of students that are in each of the classes over there, we should be able to manage with either the current staffing we have there or with staffing from the high school.
Okay.
To figure that out.
Like
So,
confident enough not to.
Yeah, I mean, I know
Yes.
there's a lot more kids that are going into
If
8th grade, so I feel
there's-
like they might go over that.
We looked at, I mean, I looked at the schedule and looking at, seeing that there's like 11 or 12 kids in a class. We need to look at the schedule and see how we can combine to make classes up to what the contract says of 25 students. And we know at the high school level, we could possibly
okay.
move someone.
Yeah, I just don't want kids being told they can't take
No,
it.
and that's the same thing. That's where we're, and that's why when I really looked at it, and I pulled last week I pulled every single schedule off of the middle school and looked at every single class across the board of how many students are in each classes, what we're doing, and I emailed the principals and said, you need to seriously look at your schedule and look at the classes and look at how many students are in a class to make this work.
Okay.
And I know the high school looked at it themselves and they,
Exactly.
Shivali also said we can look possibly.
Like, look who's going into the next
Mhm.
grade.
Mhm.
Because I know, yeah, the 8th grade is like
The 8th
50
grade's
more
large. That's
kids
where
than
it's-
this year, which
yeah.
is
We're expecting
significant.
181 students in 8th grade for next year.
Yeah,
And that's
so-
why, because when you look at how many they're teaching right now, you have another 80 students that have to get placed. Some of them ended up being in a different class, but
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because I know it's a lot of extra
Mhm.
kids.
No, they were, in all of our conversations, they were very confident that we can make that work.
Okay.
So other, just not necessarily with regard to individual like positions, but we did add, one of the things that needed to be added because of the change in GCB policy is we added longevity to the administrative line that had not been in there previously. Original thought was it was going to be approximately $20,000 based on fiscal impact, but when going through and doing the actual identifying of who would get what, we're at only at 11,000. So instead of 20, we were at 11, and that there were some individuals that in our original discussions and our fiscal impact would have qualified, but they were already receiving longevity due to prior contractual agreements when they moved over from, they were positions that were moved out of ESP. So they were.
Was there like some memo or something done?
When the last ESP contract was signed, there were positions that were pulled out of ESP that were put into GCB, and those individuals who had already attained longevity were allowed to keep their longevity. So when I was doing the fiscal impact originally, I included those individuals in my counts, but they were already receiving it, so they would not be receiving it again. So that's what reduced from my fiscal impact to the actual amount.
So I just have a question about the concept of longevity and the people's thoughts on it, because I know it's in there, and we got to do what we got to do right now with the budget, but is that something that people are in agreement with? Because I don't necessarily believe that longevity equals, the best performing people.
that's a contract negotiation.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, like- Okay.
That's all negotiated within the contract.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of my point. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other adjustments that were made, so since our last budget meeting, I have gotten additional information from the trust regarding our workers' comp and property and liability. We don't have the exact amounts, but they gave us different percentages just based on, they've already started their reevaluation, so by the end of February, we should be receiving our actual numbers. I had originally budgeted for, I believe it was 10% of workers' comp, and they told us that we're going to be closer to 8%, so I made that adjustment in the budget. And for property and liability, we originally budgeted 8%, they said we're going to be closer to 5%. So, again, reductions on both of those, they've already been represented in the budget. Okay. So, Dr. Duvo, we are now at the kind of the section
Yeah,
of my
we can
notes
go over the
about,
staffing.
yeah, like the positions that we've added and some of the adjustments that
Mhm.
we've made in conversations with
Yeah.
the principals, if you want to.
So I'm looking at the the budget worksheet on page 3 at the bottom where it's in blue, where we have potential new positions and the reductions and reallocations. So at the last meeting, I had talked about how we were looking at doing some, restructuring within the district, as well as looking at FTEs at building levels as well, because we wanted to be able to. A lot of requests came in, and we wanted to see, what can we put in for this year's budget, knowing not everything can go in this year's budget, and some may have to wait till next year. And looking at how can I look at across the district what we have for resources and do things differently to reallocate resources to something else that we need more of. So when you look at the chart that's there, that table, it's not a one-to-one, but it shows you, okay, if position A is gone, position B is sliding in, right? Just to show the one-to-one of the FTE that there's.
I would like to pretend that I'm following you. Where is it? What document is it on?
It's in the budget worksheet.
Is it in the agenda or is it in the folder?
No, it's in the folder.
It's in the folder.
It's the document that Leslie's been reading
There's
off of.
in the,
Update for 2/10/26, like inside that
So
folder.
it's budget
Oh,
worksheet,
okay.
key updates.
Yes.
Got it.
Budget
And
work.
on
It's a Word
page
document.
3, so the bottom of page
Word
3
or
in the
PDF?
blue, It's a Word.
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 And Leslie Ann's typing right now. I love it.
And so it's
Can you
page,
share with me so things?
Yeah.
I'm like in 45 folders right now. Oh, actually, I think I got it.
you can go to
Yeah,
page
there I am.
3.
Yeah, no worries.
Down below it says potential new
Got it,
positions.
thank you.
So what we talked about adding was the special educator at Hamilton, 2 instructional coaches, 2 school psychologists, 2 TAs, and we know I put a comment in there about adding the 3rd TA for Quinnesset. The supervisor of facilities is in here, the financial controller, the stipends for the additional athletic assistant coaches, and then the salary adjustments are listed here as well for those 3 positions. Early childhood coordinator, staff accountant, and then she listed my position based on my recent contract. I looked across the district, looking at what do we currently have right now that we don't need going into next year in order to bring in some of these positions. I also looked at restructuring at the administrative level as well. Had to make some hard decisions, tough conversations. And at the district level last week, I mentioned that we were going to eliminate 1 administrative position. That position that we are eliminating is the director of curriculum. We are looking at how we are restructuring and doing things differently for next year. It is no reflection at all of the current person in the position. It's completely looking at a restructure of where the needs are in the district, looking at how to meet requests that came through, and looking at how we're supporting teachers. So that position is eliminated out of administration. What we are proposing is that putting in the place of instructional coaches. So having instructional coaches at the classroom level, at the elementary level, supporting best practices instruction of the classroom teachers. I also looked at across the district and working with principals as well of other positions that we may not need next year based on student numbers, looking at our enrollment, looking at elementary grade level classrooms across the district, looking at middle school, looking at high school, where those needs are. So we are, in this budget, I am recommending that there are 4 FTEs at the school level that will be eliminated based on student enrollment and classroom sizes. We are also looking at eliminating a clerk position at the high school. There are currently 9 clerks. So we would reduce that to 8. And that right there, that's 6 positions that I talked about. Those FTEs don't go away. Those FTEs are replaced with other FTEs of what we need. So the 2 instructional coaches, a school psychologist at the high school, a school psychologist at the elementary level, 2 TAs at Hamilton. So that's actually 2 FTEs, not just 1. The supervisor of facilities, and the controller would also be an addition. So that is where those changes are made, yes.
As a director who's directly impacted by this budget, would it be okay if I said a few words? Is that appropriate?
Okay with that.
I
mean,
defer
if
to Ken,
that's-
yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Jody Clark, Director of Curriculum. I know this position is new. I know it was brought in under ESSER. I was brought in under a grant as the coordinator of high-quality curriculum and instruction. After the very first year, they noticed that they needed more with the legislation to bring high-quality curriculum. Within 6 months of being in the position as a director of curriculum, our superintendent and assistant superintendent left the district. I have worked with 3 interim superintendents, 2 interim assistant superintendents, 3 finance directors, 2 HR directors, and 4 buildings and grounds directors. I successfully brought us through the $6 million ESSER application, being the only one with historical knowledge of how that application was written and approved. While I am a strong advocate for school psychs and coaches, I wrote my PhD dissertation on coaching in schools. I know how important it is. I myself had advocated for those positions. The work of a curriculum director is not done. We have still not rolled out and met the state deadline for science curriculum at the elementary and high school level. We have not. We are currently looking at a new high school curriculum for English because we've applied for a waiver that is always very precarious as to whether we're going to meet those scores, even though our English teachers at the high school do an amazing job. And the cycle continues. As you know, you approved that policy. So next year, the EL curriculum, the ELA curriculum at the middle school is coming up for review. You need a person that is going to be able to handle that has working knowledge of what has been done to rewrite that curriculum to make it North Kingstown's version of EL. And then the following year, Wit and Wisdom comes up. I understand the need for coaches. As I said, I wrote my dissertation around induction coaches. That is the best professional development that there is, research-based. But you need someone who is going to be at the leadership level leading these curriculum adoptions. I do not believe the current administration, without myself, has the capacity or the knowledge or the historical knowledge to do that. I'm going to advocate for you today that this position not be cut, that we find other ways. I have always applied for grants. Last year I received, 2 years ago, I received a grant to bring in a literacy coach. We weren't able to or eligible for that grant this year because we didn't meet the high socioeconomic status for that grant. But I'm always looking for creative ways to bring in coaching, and I do think it's important. But I do think it is a mistake for the teaching and learning and the support of the educators and teachers in this district to eliminate this position at this time. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you for sharing that.
Thanks.
Or Leslie, whoever. Yeah.
so these are the positions that I am recommending that we are, number of FTEs that we are reallocating in the districts. Add to the budget for next year.
Can I have more question? You said 2 TAs at Hamilton?
Yes.
Lisa, there's 1 in here. Is it what, like, I just want to make sure that the...
There's a second one. No, the bottom 2 lines. So it's TA and then supervisor of facilities and TA.
Oh,
So-
TA, okay.
yeah,
gotcha,
it was
gotcha,
just-
okay.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that those are kind of examples based on Dr. Duva's conversations, like the actual positions themselves may change as
Yeah, no,
principals
I
continue to do that. I was
expecting
just
see,
trying to
like-
show like the dollar connection
Yep.
of like how it would, just for ease, because I know that that's, you know, when we're thinking about what do we want to keep, what don't we, like how does one role compare to another and how does it impact? So I kind of did it that way, but,
Yeah, no.
but they're both in there.
No, I see the other one now. It was hiding over there.
And then did you say controller too, under,
Right, the controller
can you add that?
was not in the chart.
So it is, so if you look above, I just want to point this out, so the special educator at Hamilton, the controller, the athletic stipends, those are all in there listed and they are in the budget document.
Oh, got
They're
it.
just not listed because There was not a one
To
to
one.
one kind of comparison or reallocation. Like,
Got it.
the instructional coaches were at the elementary level. There was an elementary level connection. So all of the positions are
Listed
financially
above.
listed in there, and then
Everything above in those bullets are in the budget.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
I don't know what states in there, but just for when you're looking at the documents, like in order to appropriately tie what the fiscal impact would be, because let's say we're putting, and this is not necessarily the case, but I'm just going to use it as an example. You're putting in an instructional coach, which more than likely is going to be a step 10 teacher that has advanced degrees and has longevity and different things. But when you're reallocating a position, that elementary level is probably not going to be a step 10 that would get reallocated. So when you look at the actual salary document and you're looking at the positions that have been removed or reallocated, however you want to look at it, like put in the different section of our recommendations, it's not necessarily those people.
Yep.
It's, they were the best representation in terms of the dollar amounts to represent what the actual like breakage would be between those reallocations.
All right, I got it. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know it can be scary. You look at it and you're just like,
No, I like the little chart thing. I thought that was a
We're
good.
just trying to show that there's
No,
a
yeah.
reduction in the FTEs, but other FTEs are going to be.
No, like even the
Quickly.
reduction at the elementary, I feel like it's nice to see though, like the instructional coaches will be in all the elementary schools. So, you know.
and if you look at the actual budget document in the Salvan worksheet, you can see that the actual change in FTE is just 3. So of the 9 positions or the 9 adjustments that we were making with those reallocations, the overall budgetary impact would be an increase of 3
3 positions. Okay.
Other questions from the committees, things that Leslie or Ken want to point out?
I'm just quickly scrolling through. It's pretty straightforward in how we put it together. To me, it just seems super complex because I'm doing all the work in the background of like trying to move the things around. I know I've said this, and I will say it again. I know Dr. Juba has said it. We did not just like blindly go in and say we're cutting. These were conversations that we had with both the principals, like asking them to evaluate, their.
And they're still looking. I mean, they're still looking at high school level, middle school level, just looking to see like are there any other areas that we need to cut back on.
But the different principals we've talked to that are impacted in this, they said, we need this. We don't necessarily need this. If we can make that reallocation so that we're getting the thing that we need, that we know the students need, like we can make that change. Like it's feasible. It's not going to impact student learning.
I had a question going back to the TAs. We talked about this at the last meeting. The 2 TAs, right? And you gave me the long-term bill rate.
Which, after I did it, I thought more about it, and I feel like that might not have been the right information that I provided to you. So I gave you what would cost as a long-term sub to have in that position. But that's not what we've done in the past. Like I took your question and answered it very literally.
Yep.
So based on the contract, we could not fill a TA position and just put a long-term sub in there.
Okay.
We have to attempt to fill the position as a regular position. I think what you were asking and what I should provide you, and I will get this information to you, is what it would cost to put a momentum person. Like what we did before is we put a contracted individual. So in like prior years, instead of filling it with an employee because we couldn't find them, we used a contracted service like I feel something comes to mind in momentum, but that's the information you want. So I'm assuming that's what you're asking is that. But I do believe we have to, before we can go that route, we have to try and fill them.
We have to post, because they're union positions, we have to post and try to fill. If we don't find someone, like if we don't have anyone to hire, then we can go to a contract.
Okay.
But I will get you that, because I thought afterwards that that's probably what you were asking about. But correct me if I'm wrong.
No, because I did the math, and it's like if we did, let's say if we could fill those 2 positions, it would cost us $58,000 versus the $136. So I feel like that totally speaks to the fact that these TAs are wicked underpaid. But I also think that that's an area where if there is an ability to get some cost savings, I mean, that's almost $100,000. So I don't know, we always hear that TAs are hard to hire, like, is that an area that can be explored?
I think what I'd like to first do, and we can certainly explore, is to actually get the numbers for what it would be if we were to do that, because it wouldn't be with a substitute.
Yep, no, it would be different. But
and I want to make sure that we're comparing the correct
right
dollar
numbers.
values.
Yep. And then, thanks for providing that information that Sherry had asked about for the bus monitors.
And I apologize that like a
No,
fiscal impact usually takes a very long time, but I didn't want to gloss over it. I wanted you to be able to kind of see it in the most basic way that I could present it, just to see what kind of jumps we would have.
I did like quick math, which is never good for me, but it looked like it was about $77,000 for like just 1 year with no extrapolation.
And that's assuming that the numbers I was pulling, again, on the timeline that I was working on, I really would need to go in and see like how many of the people that would actually be at step 1, or would they stay at step 1 depending on when they were hired this year and move to step 2 next year in fiscal 27. So what I did is I pulled as of this moment right now, but I would have to probably bump certain people up because they would go into a different bucket, which could impact that and make that even higher, because you saw the differential when you get to that higher end of people that would be after 5 years. I mean, that's a huge jump. So it's possible that it's even higher than that. But it was a fairly significant number for us to do that. And I do think that we would have to think about the impact to the current TAs, and if we would have any issues or pushback from the union, because they do have different like job descriptions and different requirements that they have, and so to put them on the same salary schedule as that, I think could be a problem. Yeah. But I wanted to make sure that you had it.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I think we sometimes forget that I do think there's a lot of kids on the bus, and I also think there might be kids on the frontline buses that should not be on the frontline bus either. And so I feel like that's a lot to deal with. And I just feel like we keep losing these bus monitors, which, isn't great to get into that situation where we don't have people, especially with that many kids.
Other questions, comments, thoughts?
Yeah, Liz-Ann, you were just talking about momentum. Our contract with them is up, I believe, right, in August at some point, right? Didn't we just do a year contract? Is that in the budget anywhere?
No. Because I did not put it in the budget, because it was my understanding that this was the year of us trying it.
Are you talking about the clinic?
Yeah, momentum.
And so I did not record that, because to me, it would be recorded as revenue, and I did not want to record revenue that we were not confident that we were going to be doing moving forward, so it is not in there.
Is that something we should be addressing?
Well, I think if we're going to, we can look at what we brought in this year to add into revenue, and there will be additional revenue for next year if we're going to continue with it.
Does anyone remember when the?
It was like end of August.
Yeah, so we
so
probably
it's unfortunately it's off.
It was off. It was not in line with the fiscal year.
We probably should relook at that this spring just to make sure we want to continue with it, because that will be additional revenue that we can put in the budget. That rental.
Yeah. So can someone talk maybe to Rachel about that? And then I think I think at minimum you should put the 1 month revenue in. They're going to be there till August, right? Mm-hmm. So I put the July revenue in.
Sure.
At minimum.
I intentionally did not put it in.
Yeah.
No, and I knew it was a very volatile thing, and I didn't want us to be building a budget around something that may.
100%, but that's the one thing you do know. You'll have at least 1 month revenue, and then that will at least get a revenue line on there, and then depending on what Dr. Santa says, we can, obviously it'd be upon school committee approval, but if it sounds like something she's going to bring forward, then we can have those conversations.
Sure.
Is that okay, Megan?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because I wasn't sure if we were going to try to pursue the contract again and change the rates.
I should have noted that in my document that it wasn't in there. I apologize.
That's okay. The other question I had was, and unfortunately Trish isn't here, so hopefully you can answer this, but food services, I know you guys talked about this a little bit last week, but what was the conversation surrounding having trouble getting people like in the cafeterias. You know, I know
Vacancies in like food
Vacancies.
services.
Right.
Yeah, we have a very hard time keeping full-time staff, just because of the hours. I mean, it's not a normal, they're like 4.5-hour positions, 5-hour positions. They're tough to fill, and so we still have to have bodies in there, so we use substitutes a lot. And that substitute cost is really kind of getting high. So we tried for fiscal 27 to come up with alternative ways to try and like curb that spending with different positions and kind of how we tackle it, and you know how we're actually going to like recruit for the positions themselves. We also think we might have better luck because we did change the rate for food service workers with the new contract, and we increased it to the same rate that the subs were getting paid. So we're hoping that in fiscal 27 we'll be able to level that out a little. But
So-
it's a really hard position.
No, I get that, but the kids have a very limited amount of time to eat, and they're not getting served and being able to eat all, you know, sometimes finish their lunches, and I just very much worry about that's like a problem.
I mean,
now
like
problem.
not having enough number, like enough staff
yes.
in the cafeteria
Yes.
to serve the food and get the lines going.
Yes, and that's a very real problem happening right now, and I understand it's hard to get people, but I mean, I feel like we've just got to do it, figure it out, like now. Yeah.
So I know that.
Do you want to come up here because people at home won't be able to hear you?
So, Stephanie, HR Director. Trish has been interviewing a lot of people, and sometimes they come in and then they just don't follow through, right? So that's been a problem. And I asked her the other day, I said, why don't they want to sign up for full time? And she said it's because there's no work in the summer, you know, or to continue working over the summer. So that's what she really feels is like hindering, is that they want, you know, year-round work.
I wonder if there's an opportunity to have some conversations maybe with the town, because I have been noticing that they've been posting a lot of jobs for just summer employment. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity to do some sort of like piggyback job or so, you know, like where they like work for us for 9 months and then them for 3 months or something. So maybe that's something we can explore if that's one of the barriers.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely gotten more applicants this year, and they all want to be substitutes and not permanent workers.
Again, I understand all of the reasons that we can't get people. I just feel like we need to put our heads together and figure out how to get the kids, you know, their lunches in time so that they can, you know, eat. And I don't know what the answer is, but I feel like we can come up with something. Are there any qualifications, like requirements for people working with food?
No, there's no like certification
Yeah,
or
okay.
anything. I mean, they go through, she trains them, you know, on the health safety.
But it's not like Department of Health,
No.
you need a special
No.
license or anything. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions regarding personnel?
My only other question is like just a question in general, and I know that you were working on it, but I still am just trying to figure out where that overage was last year. And I know that you haven't had a chance to break it out, but I know you've been through the numbers, but I'm kind of stuck on like without projections and without knowing where the overage was. It's hard to feel
Confident in asking for 3.whatever%.
right.
Well, I'm hoping that maybe I can quell some from your fears, not all.
And it's not fears. I think it's our responsibility, or at least I feel my responsibility, or the school committee's responsibility, to be able to at least explain, like with good confidence, like why that happened, and then also why we need additional funds. You know, like I think that, and I believe both of those things are true. Like I really do believe that we do, but I want to make sure that we have a good grasp and understanding of it as we're approving it, so that we can advocate to the town for it. You know, so it's not that I feel confident in the numbers that you're putting through, and I think you've been really thoughtful with it, but I feel like I need to understand it so we can explain it.
Sure.
So
the
is
good
there like a
news
fun
is
folder?
I'm like 98% done with our projections. I'm still working through some of our like purchase service line items. This is why, and I did not want to forward it tonight and have it be part of this conversation without me having an opportunity to really go through it and just double check everything. And I also would like to, I'm going to have my controller and my payroll clerk just go over our projections just to make sure that my numbers that I'm having are in line with what they've been seeing with every payroll, just to double check. So right now, and these are not hard numbers at all, but we are showing a slight increase, a slight surplus in the salary line. It's around 300,000 right now, which honestly is very normal to me. Like I'm not concerned about that at all because I do know we have the 2 bus driver positions and the 2 bus TA positions that we did not fill this year. So those salaries right there is about $150,000 combined, maybe a little bit more. We have the director of facilities position that has not been filled pretty much since the summer. So just on general breakage alone, that number is very in line with. So I'm feeling comfortable with where we're projecting out where we're seeing our salaries right now. Benefits I'm still working on because we're looking like we're going to have a little bit of a deficit with our benefits. So that's one of the ones that I want to confirm. But the deficit and the surplus of the salaries, they almost balance each other out. They're within $50,000 of each other. And I think some of the stuff might be how I'm calculating in the buybacks and how we put that in. So I want to confirm. So in terms of projections, we have those numbers. They're not there's nothing that's alarming to me. And obviously that does change, and if anything comes up, I will certainly, as soon as it's done, I'm going to forward it out and let everybody know. But in terms of fiscal 26, I'm comfortable with where we're looking, where we're heading. In terms of 25, what I have been going through is looking at where the big surpluses seemed to fall, and then diving in and trying to give you like very specific things, which is why I have not provided that yet. And for example, like we might have a line item that says elementary school, the UCOA is elementary school Stony Lane, and we have a surplus in that line. Well, I have to figure out, okay, what was it? Was there a person who was out on leave? Did we have, so I've been digging in to try and find the exact items. One of the things I'm noticing is that it looks like we have positions at individual schools that were unfilled, and we had long-term subs in them. So we have a sub amount that we're paying, but we're not paying, we don't have the salary line in there. And so I think that's where the offset is. Just in what I have found so far, it accounted for about just under $500,000 of the surplus. It's just individual, like single teachers at the different schools. But I want to go through line by line and make sure they don't balance out somewhere else. And so as soon as I have that done, I will provide that. But there's nothing I have seen right now that's saying, oh my God, we did this, we budgeted horribly for these issues. And of course, for every position that we don't have filled and we're having that surplus, the matching benefits are with it. So that's why we have those two things. But I am working on it, and my hope is to get it to you by the end of this week.
Okay, thank you.
It's a little bit of a daunting task.
So what I heard was, let me just make sure I'm following. What I heard was for FY26, you are feeling as though we will not have as high of a overage in salaries that we did previously.
Not based on the projections I'm currently doing.
And you also think we might be having a deficit for benefits, and the two kind of smush at each other. All right. And so likely we will not have as large of a surplus for FY26 as we did in 25, based on your projections.
Based on my projections right now, we will not. And keep in mind that there's also things that are factored into that with, items that we've already purchased that we intended to use fund balance for that right now are in the operating budget because that's where they have to live. But I have to account for the fact that if that's giving us a deficit, we've already accounted for money there, transfers in. So it's a little bit more complicated than our normal projections and budgets to actual.
Okay.
But
understood. And then for FY25, you're digging in, but it does seem that a lot of it is tied to salaries and things that are connected to that. Then you're going through to try to figure out like the exact.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're thinking that FY26, and I'm trying to find the number here, is going to be close to, let me see, the 60 whatever million versus the 59 from the year before. Let me find this. Sorry.
So salaries are usually around 40 in the 40s, like 47-ish.
All right, hold on. Let me go back to.
So salaries are usually, I would say, between 45 and 47, and benefits are usually between 17 and 18 back.
Do you feel like that's normally a driver? Because if we can't replace someone, do you know what I mean? Like a driver of the surplus is often salaries, because if we are not filling positions, like that money's just there, or even if we're using a substitute, we're not paying benefits, so it's
correct. So let's just
so
say
it's less than we would pay.
Let's just say we have a social studies teacher at the high school that's out, and or not filled. Like it's a vacant position. We cannot find someone that we can hire for that position, so we have a substitute in that line item, right? We have the salary that we're not paying, but we're paying. But the 53,000 line is getting used because we're using the substitute line. So that one teacher at the high school could account for about $140,000 between the salary and benefits if you have that position open all year. So that $800,000 surplus could be just 8 open positions. It's like even 7 open positions. You have to kind of look at it.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm be like, was it some major thing that we budgeted poorly for? Did we just have, 5 really tough positions to fill that we didn't have, and it accounted for the whole thing? And I want to make sure I'm giving you no right information.
And it also could be accounted for, but then it also is accounted for in the subline too. So like it's not the complete wash, but it's, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I was saying the sub probably costs us less than a...
Right.
All right. Other questions, comments, thoughts?
Jen, I don't know if that helped you at all.
No,
I know it's
it
not.
did.
It's not exactly having the information in front of you.
All right, so I guess is there anything that is outstanding that people were hoping to see that were changed, that wasn't changed, concerns about the overall percentage, anything that we want to tweak?
I know that there are things that we talked about that we wanted to move around, which
Just to say, if you bumped up the transportation and you took out those fixed costs for this year from the athletics, what would that do to the total number?
I can.
Well, we talked about, what did we say, we're going to add 50K for busing, take out 25 from athletics. I wrote down 35K with the furniture and fixtures, but you already moved it. You already moved it. So really, we're adding 25K.
So we're adding 25,000. I mean, what I could do, I don't know if this is even a loan vote, I don't know, but we could say, like, if you're like, I would feel comfortable putting this forward at 3.75%, I can make all the adjustments and get the budget to 3.75%.
Yeah, that's cute, but I mean, you can do the math.
I can put it. I can just put it right in here and say the
And then
difference of
we gotta add
25. We have to add 25,000.
If the committee votes to approve of putting the 50K in, you got to put the 50K in that transportation line, and then we got to take the 25K out of the athletics from the rink with pool rentals and move that over to the fund balance.
Just throw 25K in and see what it does.
That's
to
what
the
I'm
number.
I'm gonna just take what the expected appropriation would be and add $25,000 to it and see what it changes.
That's what it ends up being.
So why did I do it there? It says that 3.98%. If we have because it is I don't know, in the grand scheme of an $86 million budget, we could reduce, if we were talking about the substitute line, we could reduce the substitute line by $30,000 to get us to a percentage that we feel comfortable with, because I don't think reducing that by $30,000 is going to be a budget buster. It's not like we're saying let's knock off $200,000 off of that line item. But we could, if we needed to make up the other $25,000, we could take it out of that line.
So could we reduce it by the 50 that we added to the transportation and take the 25 out and just bring it down like a
Even
little bit?
more?
Yeah.
No.
So take 50 out of the subline?
No, that
too much. So
What's the difference between, like, and I know this sounds silly, but like,
Oh, it's okay.
the town gets to make the decision if we need to put forward 3.98% versus 3.87%. Like, the town is going to assess what we are putting forward and make the decision about what they want to provide us. Like we could nickel and dime it, but like ultimately, we're talking about like less than a tenth of a percentage, right? Or what was it before? It was like 3.8.
3.88.
Yeah, compared to 3.98. Like.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Yeah, like I would like we always try to be diligent, but I feel like we've been diligent. Like just put it forward, and then we can work through it with them on what's possible or not. Versus taking out, like I don't want to short a subline, and maybe if in a further analysis, Leslie will find something we can get a little bit lower before, but like is what it is, in my opinion.
And not that I'm recommending this at all, because you know how I feel about this, but there's also no breakage factored into this
We
budget.
haven't put retirees in yet.
There's no retirees or breakage
So
factored
that'll
into
make
this
it
budget.
nice.
Which if we can move a budget forward without that, because you just never know. It's always, I know we did it last
Because
year.
we don't have any definite.
Because we
Not
have
yet.
one
But
person.
we also have
Okay.
other things that we don't know,
Correct.
like the teacher's contract.
Correct.
So
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I
So
wouldn't-
that's why it's not in here. But I do
Yeah.
want to point that out. Like there are certain things that are not included in here for a reason. That we
Yeah.
used last year. And again, probably goes without saying, but I'll say it. This is also a budget that we are at 3.9% without any true reappropriation of fund balance to balance this budget. We've only used it for single one-time purchases. We have this budget does not include any reappropriation, and I would like to move it forward without that, if possible.
I mean, how do people feel about adding the 50K for transportation?
I don't think that's a bad idea, just because
We
I
have to-
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Like it's sort of like scary,
Yeah.
and I feel like we can justify it to the town to say, like we're not the only district. No one is statewide. No one's giving information on giving us an estimate.
Yeah,
So
we put.
so it's not like we.
We took 12 or we took
Yeah.
25 out, so we added 25 to a number that you already pared down substantially from what you presented to us to begin with.
Over 5%.
And that was, and you pared it down to get to that 5%.
I did that. I mean, we
Right.
were, I think, the original, with every request in there, we were like 6.8%. So that 5 was prepared.
Other thoughts, questions, comments?
I'm just doing a quick look. I'm just eyeballing it one more time just to see if there's anything.
When do we have to approve like the enterprise funds and all that stuff?
So ideally we would do, I would pick it to do it all at the same time. And we only have the, outside of school nutrition, we have the 3 enterprise accounts, which I think we kind of finalized at the last budget meeting, but we wanted to do everything all together. The only change I would have to make would be to the gate receipts, to pull the 25 out and put it on the gate receipts.
I didn't leave that meeting feeling like the nutrition fund.
No,
was
that's what I'm
ready.
saying. I'm talking about the 3, computer,
okay, yeah,
gate
okay.
receipts, and musical.
You mean those together? Not
Yeah, do
together.
those
Okay.
together, and I think nutrition, and as much as I would love to do nutrition tonight without Tricia calling, I don't feel comfortable
Okay, so
having
we'll
that
handle those
conversation. I feel like that's
separately.
got to be separate, but I don't know if that,
Along with the
We can't.
capital fund.
Yeah, I was gonna say we still have to do capital as
Yeah.
well.
Okay.
yes.
Correct. So that would be, but those are not, that does not impact what we need to give to
No,
the town.
no, no, no.
Yep, they're friends sometimes,
Yeah.
but not.
We have to give the town a final number, like after we have our budget workshop with them, we need to provide them with that worksheet that outlines what our anticipated revenue is for each of those lines, but that's not anything that they have to
We
have.
would be able to address that on at the March meeting.
Correct.
What about the special revenue funds? Have you?
So the special revenue funds, the only thing that we are required to give them is our anticipated revenue, which we have no indication right now of what those are. So we usually don't get that until a little bit farther down the process. And with how everything has been going with the federal government and the grants, there's no guarantee. I know Dr. Duda and I have talked about, we've heard different reports that we're going to be level funded for those. So my recommendation is going to be, unless we hear otherwise, is to put forth the revenue that's level funded to what we have now. So when we have to have that prepared, much like the enterprise accounts, it all goes together.
And when is that per the town charter? When's that due? Do you, approximately, I mean, what month?
I don't think we have to provide that. I will look and I will give you the correct answer, but I don't think we provide that until farther down the process.
Yeah.
But I can look and see when I have done it in last year.
Okay. Just so it's on the radar, just so we're not scrambling.
All right, so Leslie, can you please review with the committee what the numbers that you would like approval for are?
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, before you do that, and you pulled the 60K out, right, to put in like a,
I'm gonna have to. I was gonna go in right now and do that and pull that out.
All right, why don't we take a 5-minute recess, mostly because we need 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, can I get
I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna make
Yeah.
a motion to extend the meeting
Yep, to 10:15.
to 10:15.
You can do a double motion and a
And I'm
motion.
going to make a motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So we will come back from our recess, and we are in an extension of our meeting until 10:15 via motion. And so we are still in unfinished business for budget, and I believe we are going to make a motion for the FY27 budget. Ms. Lima?
Yes, but before I do, I went into last year's, just to like check to make sure that the motion that we did, and I just want to note that we had made a notation at last year's meeting that we wanted to have rental facilities revenue and custodial revenue from rentals like reported out in the future in its own fund.
So I
know you showed the
document is in the supplemental document, so if that needs to become something that goes out,
Yeah,
I can put that together. To
maybe like just for like moving forward, if we could kind of get it reported out as not as an enterprise thing, but just so that we can see it, because we must have talked about it last year.
Yeah, that's the 08 account that we presented, so I can just add it to my rotation of like.
Perfect.
When I do my monthly reports too.
Perfect.
What were the two things, just so I can note it?
Rental facilities revenue and custodial revenue from rentals. Those were in the minutes from the budget approval meeting last year. Okay, so I am going to make a motion to approve the operating budget with the listed modifications. Increase transportation expenses by $50,000. Remove rink and gym expenses in the amount of $18,000 from the operating expenses to be paid for by gate receipts. Remove pool expenses in the amount of $7,000 from the operating expenses to be paid for by gate receipts as well, bringing the total amount of expenses to $86,122,031 for expenses, and revenue in the amount, we have to make two separate motions, sorry. So expenses in the amount of 86122,031, because you have to recuse from revenue or no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's my first motion.
That was not, okay. Say it,
The dollar part?
Just say the dollar part.
$86,122,031. $86,122,031.
All right, 86122,031.
Mm-hmm.
And this is
That's the expense.
Expenses.
FY27.
All right, so I move that we approve that amount for the FY27 expenses. That's the motion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I'm going to be abstaining from that vote on the revenue just because of the work.
This is expenses.
This is
Oh, expenses, okay, yep, that I will have to do then.
Okay.
Not that one.
I don't feel comfortable with where we're at right now with this budget at all. So just before, because this is the discussion part, I am going to be a no for a number of reasons, many of which we don't have time to discuss tonight. So just so everybody's aware, I feel like this is the information in front of me. I haven't had time to really go through or have my questions thoroughly answered in spite of all the work that you're trying to do. So I am a no. And that's why.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing no more call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed?
No.
Okay. And then the next one?
And motion to approve revenue with those same modifications that I listed to the operating budget in the amount of $86,122,031.
Wait, what?
Hmm?
The revenue is what?
$86,122,031.
Understood.
Is everything right? Yeah, okay.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
This is the one that
This is the one.
I'm abstaining for this and due to a personal work requirement.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then opposed?
Nope.
And then abstain. Okay. And then can I get a motion to adjourn? Or no, correspondence?
Correspondence.
Hold on. 6, Robert Jones, agenda packet, public, February 7th, Karen Martone, budget finance subcommittee meeting / additional school committee meeting, February 8th, Matt McCoy, Rebuild America Schools Act, February 9th, Bob Jones, solar credit / electric costs.
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.